Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Raku Conference. So today we have the second online Raku Conference, actually just the second Raku Conference since the very beginning. And I should turn the recording facility. Yes, it should go there. So welcome again. So welcome to the second Raku Conference. It's online this year. No idea how it will go next year, because this year I'll also plan to have some offline thing in Riga, but yeah, coronavirus and then the war. So here where we are. So nevertheless, today we start the first day. We have 2 days in total. So we have 2 days of talks. The schedule is already ready, but there's still some room for lightning talks. So you can still submit lightning talks if you wish. The feature on the website is working. Some talks will go live today and tomorrow. Some will be in pre-recording, but you can still ask the speakers. Maybe if they are online, they can give you some comments, but some speakers said that they will not be available during their talk. So just keep that in mind if you try to talk to a video picture. We have a group in Telegram. There's the live stream on YouTube, and everything, all the links are accessible on the conference website. So yeah, so I don't know what to say else. We will try to keep the schedule as strict as possible. So if we have some gaps between the talks, I would say we will keep them, and we will start the next talk just on the time when they are in the schedule. But probably except for the first talk, which we can already start now. And I put the schedule so that we have the first talk today and tomorrow, with some titles that are really interesting. Well, at least for me, they are kind of some intriguing topics that we want to cover. Okay, so enjoy. So you know how to communicate in the chat below in Zoom, in the chat in Telegram if you have. Probably some of you will communicate in RSC, but yeah, so success. See you. And I now will invite our first speaker to share the screen and start their talk.
Okay, hello everyone. Am I audible enough? Okay. I hope this works the way I expect it to work. So, can you see the presentation right now in full screen? Yes. Okay, well, not so fast. So, welcome to the second ever Raku Conference, which is also my second ever Raku Conference. I pretty much started getting to know this language around the time of the first conference. That was like my first influence. And I gave this talk the title, The Good, the Bad, and the substitute whatever you associate Raku with. And then I noticed that the ugly, the bad, and the good was the title of the first apocalypse of Perl 6 back in the day. So I made this subtitle. I really like this association. And this will be my kind of twisted apocalypse after 1 year in the community. So, yes, you might know me as Marton Polgár, as the author of this presentation, but also you can know me as Two Colors on GitHub or Nemokos on Discord or IRC usually. So that's all me. And I think this might be important because I'm not sure we will fit into time, but you can access me anywhere. So if we don't really have time for questions, then feel free to access me wherever, either here or on these places. So yeah, how it all started for me is that I needed a tool for scripting and automation, and I soon realized that Shell, or at least POSIX Shell, is not really for me, especially knowing languages like Python. But Python also had certain problems, at least for me. It was a bit cumbersome because command line arguments is one thing to handle, then environmental variables is another different thing to handle. Interacting with Shell, which also has some useful utilities that I knew, is another problem. So all of these things are solvable, but it really feels like writing boilerplate when you want to use Python for scripting. And when you want to write 5-liners, this can get annoying really soon. So I started looking around. I definitely had to check out Awk, but soon I realized this is absolutely not for this task. And then I arrived to the conclusion that Perl seems like a language that could work. But by this time, I already heard about Raku a couple of times. So I thought, why not dig deep into it? The promise was that the good things are kept and there's additional goodies. So that's how I got going. And let's enter the first phase. So this is really a euphoric phase, I would say, at least for my experience. This was really euphoric because, yeah, my essential problems got solved really nicely with command line interface and going with shell calls. The community, I also heard about the community, and it is indeed something to be proud of, I would say. You can reach out to many of core members on IRC via Discord as well, because there is an integration using a bot written in Raku. So it's all very nice. Then I listed some other things that I probably cannot really elaborate on. Maybe the operator is interesting because I only listed 4, but those are meta operators. So these are only operators that are applied with some additional operator to make a concrete operator. And also, I think one that I really like is how map can be used like a for. So it can be breaked from, it can return 0 value for an item, it can return multiple values for an item. So it's really insanely powerful. And yeah, the rest is just something that you will find pretty soon on the way. First example with the CLI. So yeah, for the main subroutine, if you write parameters, you will get basically auto-generated command line argument parsing. There was a great presentation about this like 5 years ago, still in the Perl 6 era, but it's still very relevant today. So I can only advise it. And yes, there is an example code that I put here from my actual script. So using multiple dispatch, this really has everything going on. So type constraints, default values, named arguments, and additional comments to help the user. And here you can see what you get from this. So if you had these subroutine signatures, if you try to run your script, you get all of this for free. So really, it's not extra effort. This is really nice every time you need to write something that you might want to run later or might want to show anyone else. Another did you know part, like in shell, you can embed like shell calls and take the standard output of it using the QX quoting. There are several different types of quoting. I've used quite a couple in this little example. But yes, this can be nice when you don't want to reinvent GCC preprocessor or get to know something about the file using this file program with a command line interface. Probably there are more clever ways to do this, but I think it's a good illustration of what we have here. And there are also other ways to invoke shell stuff for more sophisticated things, especially pros async, where you can handle the standard out as you get it. So sometimes that can also be handy rather than hanging on generating all the text as one big string. And one more from this era, the operators. So last year on this conference, Daniel Sockwell held a really good presentation about C++ built-in algorithms implemented in Raku. That's definitely a must-watch. And I have code example here that I basically just invented for this talk. So I don't think we really need to go through all of this. Basically what it does, it creates a table that respects column lengths with some casual meta stuff and hyper operators thrown around. And this is the output. If this was a two-dimensional table, and it really respects the length of the columns. Then I entered my second phase, which I named the elegance cripple. Soon you will get to know why. So this is about the time when I actually tried to write Raku code for myself and try to learn stuff on my own. I can really advise the advent of code and the weekly challenge as well, the Perl and the Raku weekly challenge, but one can participate in any other language as well. So my problems, which are definitely quite personal problems, but this is my story after all. So at this time, I still regularly failed to write proper Raku code. It just wouldn't run. I wouldn't understand the error. So I'm still struggling a lot after a couple of months, but I already know how much better it could be solved. So I already don't accept the solutions that I could just port from other languages that I already know. So this was also a good thing and a bad thing, because I think this really helped me, this attitude to develop as soon as possible, but it also can make you feel burned out. So we will return to that. There is a piece of code from this era, straight from advent of code. So one can see that quite a lot is going on here with this zip compare reduction, like really using everything that I've ever heard of in Raku and trying to find a way around lists with capture to put them into a bag. So yeah, I think you can get the feeling behind this piece of code. And then a rather stressful period came for me regarding my Raku experience. That's why I put the moth instead of Camellia. So this already had its signs around advent of code, but it really peaked around spring this year. So I was encouraged to open issues if something doesn't seem all right. This is all fine, but when you really start digging into issues, it can also be like rather painful for everyone. So I don't say don't open issues. It's really good. There can be ways out, but just try to not obsess over them. So also I don't want to get into deep details, but I will definitely leave this here. The issue I opened for the code of conduct update, also around the time when the war began in Ukraine. So honestly, I'm not the kind of person who wouldn't carelessly offend other people. So I'm actually a bit worried when I have this impression that people feeling offended get the free calls everywhere. This is not just Raku specific. I'm worried about the possible consequences of this. And yes, the fact that I'm here is that I'm willing to take this risk. I want to see how it will turn out. Only time will tell. And then there are other things, the inconveniences. So things that we don't like to talk about, but I feel, confident about to say it regardless. So Raku is a very complex language, not an easy start, in the sense that if you are a completionist, you will never be done with Raku. And yes, this could lead to my elegance cripple. Then also that there isn't a single source of truth for Raku. What I mean here is that there is no such written standard as for C, for example. There isn't a know-it-all person, for example, because the language is just too big. And the roast actually isn't always comprehensive. This is the test suite that basically defines the standard, but sometimes it's lacking, and sometimes we can only figure whether something should work or not. Then, yes, there are things that just don't work as you would expect if you are coming from C, Java, JavaScript, Pascal, Python, Erlang, and then I named quite a couple of languages that I've come across. For example, pattern matching-ish behavior isn't quite the same, to name one. And yes, then here it is, this quote, which is said to be coming from Larry Wall. In Perl 6, we decided it would be better to fix the language than fix the user. And my doubts at times about this statement. So yeah, this is, did you know the evil version? Did you know that combining these meta operators won't give you a proper result, exactly because they are interpreted as meta operators, not operators, even though X and Z exist as operators as well. And we don't really know whether they should. There are various signs. Did you know that this expression, 3 is less than 5, and the minimum of this or 2 is actually true, because I deliberately read it wrong. Actually, min has, no, I read it right, actually. So min has lower precedence than the less than sign. So true min 2 is true, but like, why? Then the brackets don't actually terminate blocks without a line break. So something like automatic semicolon insertion in JavaScript, which makes this fail. So I put a block inside the map and then say something. So this will fail because the statement terminates at the end of map, because that's a block terminator, and you cannot start a statement with and then. So yeah, indeed, oops. Did you know that div and mod fail instead of coercing to int, while, for example, GCD and LCM do coerce, everything else coerces, only this two doesn't. And like, again, we don't really know why. It could be fixed given the intentions, but we don't really know if this is some kind of intended behavior or not. Did you know that this is a parse error? So you cannot arrow return a negative integer constant. And then there is one which turns out to be happy because, yeah, as I showed that code, I messed around to make lists hashable by turning them into captures. But now they can be put into bags if you are a bit smarter than I was. So Lismot brought us the future. Value list is coming to the language, and also there are modules, so you can add them to your existing code, and then you have hashable, really constant lists. And yes, one last one on the fix the user or fix the language. Like I would say, if you think that this worked and you would expect this swapping to work, and you get this really strange thing going on here, or you have seen this work and you get some different semantics for not equal, or you see that you assign nil, you eventually doesn't get nil, but if you don't assign nil, but well, a failure technically, then you do get nil. So if you see these things and you think they are weird, and you ask, like I ask, for example, why they work this way, it doesn't mean that I'm curious about the implementation. It means that I find it inconsistent, I find it unintuitive, and even if it cannot be changed, I want it to be addressed from a user perspective and not implementation wise, because eventually I will be inclined to say that the implementation is also wrong then. So yes, this was another one. And we are reaching our current stage, or at least my personal current stage, finding inner peace. So the butterfly can finally return. So this was for, well, education in Hungary, high school education. So I was making tutorials for this. I still am every now and then. Actually, I started learning Python for this Matura exam at the end of high school. And then I started making tutorials. And last time I was really thinking, if I could use Raku, or anyone else could use Raku, like, wow, now that would be awesome. Like, even compared to Python, like one-liner example solutions, and that gives you 30% of your points. So like that would be really insane, and really that Raku could be, despite all I've said, a really good language with assistance to teach. The ecosystem is promising. We will return to that tomorrow. There is a continuous sense of improvement. So again, referring to the community and the possible resolutions of issues. Then there is one more. This is also required for my inner peace, but it's also like a shout out to everyone to make a really good and comprehensive presentation about containers. They are really essential, and we really need to get more of that, because I think you can spend a lot of time not understanding them, and it can give you a lot of headaches. It would be really good to have very comprehensive materials for containers in Raku, not with Docker. And yeah, of course, I also found even more operators on the way. That always makes me happy. So eventually we are reaching to the finishing point where I get to call my questions. So a couple of questions here. So yeah, first of all, education versus this catch-22 that it's not known, that's where it's not taught, that's where it's not known. So yes, how to break out of this. Then performance. Performance is still a very big question. It still needs to find ways to compete with other scripting languages. Also think about the advantages that we have and how much competitors are catching up in those things that we are better at regarding features, accessibility, the community. And also one last one to ponder upon is like the community question itself, somewhat related to the code of conduct, whether Raku is more of a manifestation of people with certain views, or people with certain views come closer to Raku, like what was first, the chicken or the egg? What is our main priority? And I think these are all questions that are still very much open. And this is where I would like to thank your attention. I don't know how we are with the time. I think it's all right-ish. Not sure if we really have time for immediate questions. I couldn't read the chat in the meantime, sorry for that. So thank you for watching, and I'm at your disposal.
Hi, Martin. It's Steve Rowe here. Thank you very much for a great talk. I really enjoyed it. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, cool. Okay. I just wanted to tell you, I went over the top on the community on the GitHub yesterday, and I have put an apology in there. So I don't mean to stop the conversation, and I always learn something when I see your posts. So thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you very much. No.
We're all here to we're all learning. Actually, I think it's great. It's great to to all try something, explore something new. So it's cool.
Hi, Martin. This is Anton. So did you become better at learning new languages, programming languages, after learning Raku, or worse?
Well, this is actually a good question. You know, my own personal catch is that since I mostly use Raku for these couple of liners, I really know a lot about, well, for a 1-year-old in the community, I think I know quite a lot of the basics. So what can happen within a couple of lines. But for example, I basically know nothing of OOP in Raku. So there are still paradigms in Raku that I haven't really explored. But definitely, if I were to learn APL now, then I would probably have a head start. So I think it opens the perspective, that's for sure. But this is still an ongoing process to see this.
Yeah, thank you.
And yes, as long as like nobody is taking over as final words. Like I was here a year ago, and it's really nice. It's really an awesome feeling actually to see these names around, like these people that I looked up to. So it's my honor.
Thank you. So this is my presentation implementing machine learning algorithms in Raku. My name is Anton Antonov. I'm a senior research scientist, or brand myself in different ways. I can expand on it if it's needed. So this presentation, it's mostly about my efforts about endowing Raku ecosystem with machine learning algorithms and packages. And there are obviously some efforts before I joined the Raku community, but I am trying to do it in more or less systematic way. And hopefully this doesn't seem too obnoxious. So the scope of what I want to do and what we are going to be discussing in this presentation is in this mind map. Machine learning is roughly divided into supervised learning, unsupervised learning, reinforcement learning, which I haven't put here. And some people have successfully convinced me that data wrangling should be put into the machine learning part. And most of the time, data scientists and machine learners, they actually do quite a lot of data acquisition and data wrangling. So supervised learning is the easiest concept-wise to understand. Unsupervised learning is both easier and harder because you use it for uncharted territories. So I'm going to expand on this. This presentation can be arbitrarily boring, I think, for the majority of the people attending. So I want to do like this so-called inverted presentation. So in the first 10 minutes, I'll try to do the most interesting examples first. And the most interesting examples, I think, they are, like the Zeph ecosystem packages recommender and domain-specific languages grammar classifier. And so my assumption for the audience is that almost everyone is interested in software engineering. People who probably don't care about machine learning, they care, but like more like how it can be utilized. So it's very utilitarian perspective of using machine learning in Raku. And so basically this mind map here of the presentation looks like this. So after these two first examples, I'll probably go through and I'll tell you the big secret about the software engineering observations, right? And so, and then hopefully I'll have time to walk through this the machine learning algorithms. All right, so so the Zeph ecosystems recommender. Actually, let me do something here. I'm going to do it on the command line here. So hopefully you see this. So I'm using shortcuts, which is from any Apple device has shortcuts. It's a built-in thing. This is some screenshot I have taken from somebody, from Raku community, Steve Rowe, and I'm going to take the screenshot here, right? And so I basically pointed at it. I'm not sure can you see it, but basically this extracted the text, right? I mean, I might select to copy the text, that's not important, but this pipeline is going to propagate this text further down the road, and it's going to invoke certain recommender, right? Which it's going to produce that for this text here, the most relevant packages, say these packages. So here, let me do another example. I'm going to dictate machine learning and symbolic mathematics. And, Siri didn't necessarily got my pronunciation correctly, but, we did get math symbolics and whatnot, right, as a result. So if I show you the actual recommender here, right, what exactly is happening, this is in Python. If I don't specify the recommender itself, somewhere here we'll see it's going to invoke the Zeph ecosystems recommender. Okay, right. All right. Well, you can tell me, well, yeah, but where is Raku in this, right? So, or whatever, right? So, okay, well, let's actually do it with Raku. So somewhere here, I'm going to produce another command, right? And so we are basically I'm saying, let me actually just show it what this. So this is one of these domain-specific language parsers I'm making. It kind of knows what to do with if I say CLI, if I say, okay, with I didn't work, but if I say, for example, SMA mon, right? This should produce some results, right? Okay, so yeah, this generates some code, right? Or if I say, if it is not clear, this is basically using this Google type of advanced search functionalities, and I can translate it into this, must, should, must not type of queries, right? Okay, now what I'm basically showing is I'm using, say, Raku here for the command parsing. I'm using some character recognition program coming from Siri, baked in, or speech recognition into text. And then I'm feeding it into this pipeline. And then I'm hydrating some recommenders. So I'm using, say, as ecosystem recommender. I'm hydrating it into whatever right kind of script, make the recommendation, and then basically give the result. So I'm using Python for this because Python is very, very quick at hydrating objects. Like, say, if I try to do the same thing in Raku, is just much slower, and maybe it's because of my understanding. What is interesting is that this pipeline, it can be, obviously, if you have done this, in this way, if you have facilitated the command line interfaces in this way, you actually have produced a system which can be amenable to deploy, say, on the cloud. One step further is to actually do a mobile device type of deployment. And so if I put it here, if I say data frame, right, and reshape, ideally something that makes sense, is going to come around. Okay, right. So what I was showing here, and one of the reasons this is it's possible to do, is that I have this recommenders implemented in multiple languages, 8 languages, multiple. My Raku implementation is actually like a reference implementation. So this, the Java stream blending recommender, the Kotlin one, the Swift one, which I was showing on, I'm using Swift for these recommenders here, right? It's basically they follow the Raku implementation I had. The scalability, very important, both from speed perspective, but, if I can also produce, like scalability can be seen on the platforms, what it has, where is this deployed. These recommenders with the Zeph ecosystem, it's fairly small actually. It's 4,000 packages. I took it from Raku.land, and after we take the topmost or the most recent package, they become close to 1,000. All right, my other example is it's about classifiers for domain-specific languages. So I have this kind of this is actually in this first of all, my presentation is in Mathematica. This is a Mathematica notebook. Mathematica does let me evaluate different types of languages, shell included. I did produce something for Raku. We'll see Raku cells later on. So this here, right? It's a command which if I go back to the command line and I put it here, this should produce some code, right, for latent semantic analysis. And this is say in Python. If I want to kind of do this in R, and if I remove the prompt, this should produce some kind of R pipeline, right, or whatever. Okay. Now I can do some brute force. I have around a dozen different parsers or domain-specific languages. They're for machine learning mostly, but some of them are like more complicated machine learning. The thing is that I can use some kind of brute force enumeration of what's going on, right, to parse it. But if I have a classifier, but it's going to greatly simplify the figuring out which parser to use fairly quickly. So this is what this project is about. This is Classify is about. Now, interestingly enough, it's an interesting question. How do we actually, where do we get the textual data to make this kind of classifier? So if I have millions of users, right, like say how Google do, or whatever, right, we can actually have a fairly comprehensive kind of logs and produce the actual machine learning algorithms and so forth, right? But in this particular case, it's a cold start, right? So I need to either write down sentences myself a lot manually or use some kind of random generation. I'm using randomly generated sentences, and here, since we're talking about recommenders, I'm going to bring up a recommender which I made in Raku. For this again mathematical notebook with Raku cells here, and you can see I have 5,200 type of commands. They look like this, right? Like say, assert that recall is larger than blah, right? And this presumably, belongs to the workflow classification. So I have like all commands like this. I'm making some analysis, preliminary analysis of the data, like what are the most frequent commands, what is the distribution of the workflows. The workflows here, they're my labels, right? What I plan to do is to partition these commands into individual words, make a classifier based on these individual words. And so I convert the whole thing into each command is being put into multiple rows. This is the so-called long form transformation. And this long form transformation, I make the classifier. So somewhere here, after I have made the classifier, sorry, the recommender, I can use the recommender as a classifier. This recommender here, this command, classify by profile, it tells me I want to get the words from this command here, made the document term matrix, and I want to classify to the tag type DSL. And you can see the results here are basically different workflows, labels or workflows or whatever, or domain-specific languages, and they come with certain scores, right? These are not probabilities, these are scores. The maximum score is, it's normalized by the maximum score. I can go further with this. So I can be, I can separate my original data into testing and training. And then I can produce, produce this kind of confusion matrix, which, which lets me evaluate the classifier. So ideally, everything here is long enough. All right, so long enough, what did I say? Large enough. Like the different frequencies here, they show that the classifier is fairly good. I do want also the classifier to be compact, especially if I'm going to deploy it in this way. So that's why I have been putting this sizes. All right, now I actually use prefix trees. I don't use this recommender-based classifier because the prefix tree or tries with frequencies classifier is just, it's 10 times faster, 200 times smaller, and it's kind of, it's somewhat weaker, but to some extent it doesn't matter. I'm willing to live with small percentages less accuracy in order to kind of have faster classification. All right, so this was my these were my kind of motivational examples, and so so here, I mean, going further, right? Well, from this work I have done so far, the machine learning module design needs to be done in a particular way with front end and the front end to be with functions, and this is my functional programming kind of background, and the actual methods are being done in with object-oriented programming. So this actually is a little bit too abstract. Maybe let me see. Can I have something here which I can support this statement? So I'm going to kind of go through different commands. I know I did earlier, and I guess I'm lying to you. All right, well, I'll do it directly here. So this illustrates the importance of having having command line interfaces. So what is this going to produce? It's going to produce a UML diagram for the package for clustering, like recent package I made. So the front end function is find clusters, right? Now find clusters has a method option. The method option calls basically this specified k-means algorithm. And now with I have some object orientation. I plan to have different other clustering methods which are going to be using, say, this distance functions methods. Right. So this is the type of front end I'm saying to an object-oriented implementation. The facilitation of the machine learning algorithms with tabulation and visualization of results. This is very important. To some extent, that's why I have this notebook solution in Mathematica. Steve Rowe has been using, say, Jupyter. Jupyter interface was developed by Brian Dugan or Dugan, I'm not sure the pronunciation. I more or less followed his implementation to do the connection of Raku and Mathematica. Textual tabulation, textual plots, of course, right? They facilitate this kind of visualization. One of the things we're going to see is that fast data type deduction should be facilitated, and I'm going to talk more about this next, actually. The model storage and deployment. Well, yeah, I mean, this was exactly what I was putting here, right? So this particular kind of implementation which I'm using here, right? It does actually relies upon being able to hydrate relatively quickly the recommenders. I could have made my machine learning modules in some other system or in some other way, right? But I might want to use it in whatever kind of either in a specific deployment environment, or by later on in the same environment. I don't need to go through the same steps. Unit testing can of course needs to be done as much as possible with full transparency, proper documentation, and with fully worked out examples. These algorithms can be very complex with quite a lot of tuning parameters, so fairly good transparency is required, and command lines interfaces as much as possible. Facilitation with code generation, I think that's my things I want to do. I'm not sure how many other people want to do this. When I do data wrangling, I'm going to try to explain data wrangling using trucks, right? I do see Raku in this way, or when I use Raku for data wrangling, I see it in this way. Now, maybe I'm assuming too much, but I think Steve Rowe with his done approaches, or read, by Federico, right? They're trying to do this kind of big iron type of, functionalities, like working with lots of large data. I am actually trying to, very often I need to just investigate the data. So how fast Raku is and how fast my algorithms are, that's important, but sometimes it's not that important. Actually, the flexibility of the language and the ways to the ability to engage is more important. I am very interested in making machine learning frameworks which are fully automated, and another thing which I'm trying to do is to do some robust domain-specific language parsers which generate code for data scientists. So my target users are not people, off the street, so to speak. They're, sophisticated users. And to some extent, that's a little bit of an idealized environment, but robustness is really required. Okay, I'm going to talk more about data wrangling, and we'll basically see in the machine learning examples later on. You cannot skip data wrangling. So there are at least 3 efforts, right? And so here, this is more for comparison perspective. I'm using, I would claim that my approach is minimalistic. There's also a data frame based approach. Mine is with dataset based. Now I'm going to explain what is the difference. The object relational mapping, of course, it's on its own, so to speak. Yeah. Okay. So the minimalistic perspective I'm talking about is that I don't want to make a special class of data sets or data frames. I want to use standard Raku data structure. So my data sets are basically arrays of arrays or arrays of hash maps or whatever, right? They're like something that is met, you know, it is just built in. And so even if you don't want to use the system which I'm say have implemented, you can still use the results. You can still use the outcome. And so basically, there's another perspective here, which I'm going to show all of these languages. So you can see this is the data wrangling code generation, right? I was showing this in the last year's conference. But so you can see here how, for example, for this command, use df-iris group by species show counts. This generates Python code. The Raku code is pretty much the same. So I'm following more or less the same kind of paradigm. And instead of say Python pandas, I could put, for example, done Python. I think unfortunately I couldn't install it, so I haven't implemented that. But it is in my to-do list, and so it's like sometime very soon I plan to make English and Bulgarian also, but English translated into Raku, and Raku being reshapers, which is my current implementation, also read and done. So Bulgarian is an analytic language. It's very close to English. Bulgarian is considered Slavic language because of the vocabulary. So it was relatively easy for me to move short sentences like this here, right, from English to translate them into Bulgarian. This is what you see here. And if you don't know Bulgarian for some reason, you can see how I have translated this Bulgarian code into English. So there's some kind of correspondence here. All right. So I'm going to the Raku examples, this data wrangling examples, again, not necessarily machine learning. Every machine learning algorithm or project I have, uses this. So we're getting this data set Titanic, which is a didactical data set used in a lot in machine learning classes, at least. So we have 5 columns. The first one is optional. We have an ID of the passengers in Titanic during the Titanic disaster. We have the passenger sex, passenger class, age, and survival. And you can see the summaries here. It's they tell us, like what exactly, like what is the distribution across these columns. Passenger age should be numeric, but the way I ingested it here, it's symbolic, not symbolic, string, right? And you can see a sample here. This is a list of hash maps. So this data set, when I say about data sets, this is what is happening. So if this should be like, I'll show you a data frame. So if I do here and I'll copy and paste this exactly, right? And if I transpose it, this is going to produce a data frame, right? So this is what Steve Rowe is doing. So, basically, quite a lot of, like say pandas has been following the R implementation of data frames. And so it is actually more convenient and more effective, right? Because then everything here can have the same type. And so this is actually not in Raku. I really like this feature. Raku supports heterogeneous structures. Because of this, I do find it much more flexible to use this perspective, the data set one, because then using map, and this was something in previous presenter was talking about, right? I mean, then using map is actually makes it convenient. For me, this is a user interface, user experience type of decision. So yeah, I mean, I can generate the code here. I'm not sure how interesting is this. So this shows how we can do grouping and counting, whatever. This was just the code generated above from this command here, right? So this command, I generated this code, I can execute it, so forth, right? Cross tabulation, obviously, yeah, we want to see what is the cross tabulate passenger sex and passenger class in this particular case. Now I use this to make recommenders, both for the stream blending recommender, which is in Raku, and also with the sparse matrix related ones. We can do some more complicated cross tabulations, converting to long form data. Again, basically I'm taking one row like this, where I show the rows. Yeah, I'm taking these rows here, and each of these rows, this ID, I can use it as a I have an automatic key here, but basically I unfold it in this long form. This is a very popular transformation, converting from so-called wide form to long form, or narrow form, and the other way around, from long form to wide form. Filtering here, it's obviously I'm doing the filtering here through, I'm kind of showing off here, I guess. I'm doing this filtering here through code generation, but yeah, I mean, it's this is just to kind of show. But if I'm using this particular perspective, like we have an array of hashes, right? Then filtering becomes an easy kind of procedure, and so forth. Deducing the types, I mentioned this earlier. Yeah, I mean, I do have some type deduction system. And so they basically, you can see if I change one of the passenger age to be numeric, for example, this is what is happening here. Then if I invoke deduce type, I do actually get this type of representation of the types, right? So I have 1,309 elements. It's a vector of 1,309 elements. Each element is a structure, which is having this kind of keys to this kind of signature of types, right? String, integer, and so forth, right? And you can see, say, passenger age corresponds to an integer. All right. Now, my approach is minimalistic. I think Dan is deceptively simplistic. Steve actually has he's in a better position. He's going to respond to whatever kind of things I say wrongly, or or anger him in some way. But it is an interesting and it's an interesting perspective. And if I have the time, right, and Steve didn't do this, I'll be very interested to do something like this. For me, this is though I didn't want to go for performance that much. I was much more interested to have something to do machine learning with, right, to kind of facilitate my machine learning efforts in Raku. So another orthogonality here is this is very inspired from Mathematica, and Dan is very inspired by Python. Another orthogonality is, like, say, Steve uses Rust. I prefer to use Swift. They're both C-based. I'm using Mathematica notebooks, Jupyter notebooks. I try to stay away from them as much as possible. All right, so the tries with frequencies, and this is some kind of this is one of the things which I've been, I used a lot, mentioned a lot. So, I mean, you can see if I have this list of words, I can create this tree actually. Let me see, yeah. So, I mean, I can make this kind of try, right, or tree, of how these words combine. And I can see by the frequencies, like, say, how bar and bark, right, relate to each other. Okay, so tries, which are called prefix trees with frequencies, they can be used for data analysis and data study, for unsupervised machine learning, like pretty ad hoc one, and by construction, they actually can be used for classification. So when I was showing here with the shrinking, right, this is the actual type of prefix tree functionality, I guess. Yeah. So, I mean, you can see how the prefix bar was extracted. So I can see that from this 11 words total, I have 5 words which start with bar, and 2 of them finish with K, and so forth, right? And similarly with for car and custard. All right. So I do have different representations for this. It's like, let me see. I don't think I need to go to the command line for this, but I'll do it anyway. So the UML specification diagrams, I think that's actually, I need to productize this better, but it does actually help. It does actually help to have this overview of these algorithms, and you can see this this tries with frequencies package. It has multiple methods about, say, classification, cloning, containing a key, making node probabilities, and so forth, right? Actually removing nodes by regexes or thresholds or some other kind of type of criteria. It's fairly well developed, and so they're surprisingly versatile for quite a lot of things. And one of the the things here, it's like, say, you know, since I use Titanic here and I'm using again the original non-transformed, you know, Titanic data in which everything is a string, you can see if I take, say, the passenger sex, passenger class, and survival, right, and I make a prefix tree with this, I can actually see what are the corresponding frequencies. So when I say prefix trees of tries with frequencies can be used for data analysis, this is it. So you can see this is a visual representation of this trie above, right? It's using frequencies. Basically, we have the passenger sex, the passenger class here, and then we have the survival. So this big block here, unfortunately, it's too small, this gray rectangle. This gray rectangle tells me that 64% of the passengers were male, 60% of the male passengers were in the third class. And if you are male in the first class, third class, there's an 85% probability to die. So this also means that this plot, although it's for analysis, you can also see it as a naive Bayesian classifier. So given passenger sex and passenger class, what is the probability of the survival, whatever labels of survival to happen? And so this is what is being used next. I can very easily put create the trie, put it into probabilities, and now basically I need to, if I'm given certain record, right, like say female in first, I can see what is the probability to end up, you know, with the label died or label survived. And more or less this is what this classifier is doing. And I can do some kind of batch type of invocation of the trie classifier. Okay, so so this here, because we're talking about classification, and I'm going to expand a little bit on classifiers. So the general workflow in classification is that we have some kind of tests or data or whatever. We have judges. Now, judges can be reality, right? But if there's no reality, there's like, say, Netflix, the Netflix prize competition. They might have certain training set and testing set. They're just giving us the training set, right? They don't tell us what this test is about. And they also prevent the submissions to be too frequent or too often in order to kind of prevent people to understand or get the parameters of this testing set. So, so this training set, we splitting the training set by the judges into a training and testing set. So we can do this multiple times, but say we split it once, we make the classifiers, we evaluate the classifiers. So I was showing the confusion matrix. The confusion matrix with multiple labels make more sense with two labels, like, you know, yes, no, or died, survived. Receive operating characteristics are going to be also fairly useful. And this is what I'm going to be talking next. And just to finish, after we have figured out which classifier or give up to make a good classifier, we basically make a classifier with the whole training set and give it to the judges. All right. So the receive operating functions, they basically some threshold. This is a very rich type of paradigm, right? It was developed during the Second World War. You have a radar and you want to figure out how much you want to, you know, if there's some airplane coming to the back of your army, you're wondering, is this your plane or it's the enemy's plane? And how much do you want to shoot your own plane? How much you want to let the enemy airplane go to the back of your army, right? And so forth. So the receive operating characteristics, it has been developed for that kind of considerations. There's quite a lot of you know, very elaborated, you know, nomenclature of things, right? And we have a good classifier. The perfect classifier goes like this if you are comparing true positive and false positive, right? The perfect classifier is going to be like this angular curve. But in real life, they're all kind of, you know, they're all kind of not necessarily perfect. So this here, it's exactly that. This package Raku, so in Raku package, ROC functions allows for different parameters to make this kind of receive operating characteristic core functions, right? So whatever I was showing here, these true positives, every function is being developed by this based on this 4. And maybe I should mention something else in this previous example I had here, right? So when I was classifying, so I might classify this person to have died because 66% is higher than 0.5, but why my threshold is 0.5? Maybe died should be a higher threshold, or like survived should be a lower threshold. So this is what this, we're trying to see what kind of thresholds we should take in order to judge survived or died, and then make this plots, right? This to see how the trade-off between true positive rate and false positive rate, for example, right? What is exactly happening? And you can see with this classifier in mathematics. I mean, this is in Raku, but you know the way it's, especially after zooming, it doesn't look that kind of informative here. But this is the corresponding plot in Mathematica, and you can see with the different thresholds, right? I mean, I might select the threshold to be 0.3 because I can see 78% success rates at the expense of 20% false positive rate. All right, so as I mentioned, these functions can be quite complicated. So we need to have some properties, to know basically all of these machine learning packages. I plan to have them react to properties and figure out some kind of dictionary or interpretations. In this particular case, I also want to be able to retrieve the individual functions, the actual functional objects, right? I should be able to retrieve them through some kind of verbal specification, like say false positive rate or FPR or whatever. So this is clustering. We have here, we say, let me bring back this. Actually, this was the mind map for the machine learning algorithms. Clustering basic procedure in unsupervised learning. And so I basically here we're making some around 1,000 points, and I have visualized them. It's just this, I think it's a little bit too much. And here you can see the corresponding plot in Mathematica. And I have found the corresponding clusters. I have decided that I have 5 clusters because, how come? Why shouldn't, right? But it's an interesting question. Can this be actually whatever, right? This is the next thing I'm doing with this project, the automatic determination of the clusters. Anyway, so after we have found some clusters, we can plot it, and in k-means there's some kind of stopping criteria. It's an optimization algorithm, and so sometimes you don't get the best results, immediately. So the very saturated black dots here, they're the centers of the clusters. The actual integers, they show which cluster was which, right? And yeah, I can make the corresponding mathematical plot. All right, so I can have different distance functions, and so you can see here with this Euclidean function, I set 3 clusters, and so I have this nice kind of separation of these 3 clusters. But if I say I want to cosine distance, this is actually making this kind of angular-based clusters, right? Anyway, this is something I want to show. This needs to be very well documented. I pressed on a link. This is the so-called k-means function page, and I'm trying to use this kind of stencil, of scope parameters, additional explanations, applications for concrete situations. And if I don't think I have neat examples here, but yeah, properties and relations and probably neat examples, which in this particular case, the neat examples are to figure out from this rasterized formula which elements are which. Anyway, this goes back to my statement that we need to have proper documentation for all of this. Now, outlier detection, this is a fundamental procedure, not necessarily machine learning, but of course it's used machine learning, so. Here I have generated some random points. It is very important to have random data generators, and I'm using this particular package data generators, generating some vector of random points. And I have applied this. I'm sorting the points which are being generated, and then I'm applying I'm applying one particular type of quantile identifier parameters, and you can see, the bottom outliers and the top outliers are being shown here. Now, if we have a few one-dimensional classifiers, we can develop some very powerful algorithms for multidimensional classification. Related semantic analysis, well, we cannot do this in Raku, but I'm wondering, should I show this? There is no time. So I took the Raku guides documents, and I produced and made a combined document of English, Spanish, and Russian, because all of them have 71 chapters. Like when I tried to use Bulgarian, for example, it had 65. So anyway, so in one chapter of this document is going to combine, to have all of these languages together. And then I have applied latent semantic analysis. And here you can see there's some topics I have extracted. But let's look at the statistical thesaurus. Ideally, you kind of see this. The statistical thesaurus, it shows fairly well that there's some kind of correspondence, right? So this is the word interface. The interface is here in the statistical thesaurus. If you, I don't know, if you speak Russian, you can see interface and native interface here. Same with objects. You have object in English, object in Spanish, attributes in Russian, and so forth, right? And so Google was using this kind of technology in the early 2000s to make translations between different languages. They were using, say, 50 languages with 50,000 documents each from UNESCO, something like that. We cannot do this. I cannot do this in Raku. There is not in this way, but this stream blending recommend I was showing, it does actually know how to use latent semantic analysis artifacts. So I showed this already, and this is the final example in which the association rules. So you can see this is the fairly well-known adult data set. This is, I have only taken the test data, which is with 60,000 rows. The training data is with 32,000, I think. So we have this kind of variables, like say education, number of education, years, marital status, and so forth, right? Occupation. The question is, can we predict the income less than 50K and more than 50K? This is a data set from the late 90s, right? So that's why it's just 50K here. So, I mean, I'm going to show one, obviously we can make a classifier, but let's actually look into a possible way of figuring out common frequency sets. Like when you look at this combination of values here, some combination of values might be happening more often. For example, maybe if you're never married, this is an indicator what you make when less than 50K, or the other way around, right? I mean, if you're married with, you probably make more than 50K and so forth, right? So, so here, this is, I'm making the so-called baskets, association rule learning is also called market basket analysis. Imagine you look at the shopping carts of, say, 10,000 shopping carts every day in some grocery store, and you see that people very often buy peanut butter, bread, and jelly together, right? So, and so finding the frequent sets is important. In America, you can see, for example, beer and pizza are very often placed together. Pizza is not in the frozen food section, right? And so anyway, so in this particular case, I have found the frequent sets. Why it's association rules? Well, after you have found the frequent sets, the question is, if you buy peanut butter and jelly, what is the probability to buy bread? Probably it's 80%, but people who buy bread, they don't necessarily buy peanut butter. So it's kind of, there's some direction within the frequent sets to be found. And this is the association rules. I haven't implemented the association rules yet in Raku. It's in my to-do list. I have implemented the frequent sets, and you can see we have found some of the frequent sets here. Yeah, I mean, I did find them when I was implementing this. When I was finding the frequent sets, I specified that I want 5% representation, the support of this frequent, whatever this kind of frequent sets, they have appeared at least 5% of the time. All right, so basically this was it. This was my last example, and just 1 minute. Some people think strongly about the command line interfaces. I was planning to reiterate this software engineering observations, but let me see is there any kind of questions here. And I was actually, I do have a presentation which has been rejected in several places, becoming the best Python programmer I know. This is to respond to the previous speaker. I did started using Python intensively after learning Raku for a while. It was very quick for me to become the best Python programmer I know. Making this in my to-do list to make a code of conduct compliance classifier. It's a very interesting project. It needs to be it needs to have quite a lot of elements to be put in place. I haven't exactly it's kind of like maybe overestimating your curiosity here, but gathering the data for this, right, and making and training the classifier and actually, you know, producing something that can be tested and being useful. It's a very interesting question, right? And so it's an interesting question also, what are the profanity classifiers? Do you combine profanity with or do you train with certain sentences, say I have taken from Discord channel, you know, and then try to find outliers against them. Okay, yeah, finally, this is it. And I think I need to finish my presentation.
Yeah, okay. Thanks to Anton. And actually, if there are some questions, we have some time. And in about 5 minutes, actually, it's already 3.5 minutes, there will be the next talk. The next talk is recorded. But as far as I understand, Liz will be here online, so you can ask questions. And after that, we have more recorded talks. And apparently not every speaker will be available online, but still we have this those talks. So we continue at in 3 minutes with the next talk.
Can I say a few words? This is Steve.
Sure. Yes. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Anton. Great presentation. Really like your stuff. You're doing an amazing job, and I learn a lot when I understand what you're talking about. So often I don't. I think you're right. I think there's quite a big difference in this sort of fundamental objective of your work and the work I'm doing around Dan. So I think we both recognize that. I'm just got my head down right now trying to get the basic stuff to work and to get it extensive enough to be, you know, a really useful tool. So I think at some point we'll need to align at the boundary and work out how to tune the boundary. I see Dan as a potential output from your code generators, exactly as you say it. I'm very envious of the way that you can play with pure Raku and data sets and anything you would like. I've always thought that Raku has a lot of stuff in the core that other languages only have in libraries. I think of NumPy, for example. You need to load that Python module before you even have a NaN. So Raku has some great stuff in the core. So that's just a few comments. I have a question for you, which is how are you aiming to get traction in the analyst user base with this?
Very good question. Basically, I don't care right at this point. Now, initially, when I started this, I was teaching a class in Oxford about machine learning, and everybody complained how complicated it is. But I was like, look, I mean, if you don't know programming, and if you are in, humanities, what exactly do you think data science? How do you think you can do data science? And this was in 2017, right? But after started doing these monads for for making certain stencils or certain monadic pipelines, frequently seen pipelines, right? This was going to speed up the application of machine learning in this kind of environment. One of the easiest things to automate with machine learning is actually the application of machine learning algorithms. So this was basically it. The thing is that people are not that enthusiastic about it. They immediately started asking me about, well, how about data wrangling? I want to see data wrangling. So fine, I did the data wrangling kind of conversational agents. And they immediately said, okay, I want it in Python. And okay, fine, let's do Python. I did everything. Python, R, Julia, most popular languages. But now there's another question. Well, can you translate from Python, not from English, but from Python to whatever other languages I have? Like yes, it's possible. It's not high in my to-do list. I would rather do it through, to be honest, with Raku and with R. Raku, because there's already some parsers for Raku, and our tidyverse, they have really incorporated the pipelining, this kind of monadic perspective into the tidyverse, right? So, and I know it well, right? But so yeah, I've been trying to get people to use it, and basically my next plan is to do this, to use mobile devices, right? And if they don't use that either, it's like, okay, well, whatever. I do use it to speed up my own work, right? So I do. It's not. I'm a primary consumer or eat your own dog food kind of thing, Like I do use. I rarely can stay in one programming language or in one paradigm when I work with my projects. So I need to switch between, say, Python or R or whatever, right? So sorry, I went on and on. Hopefully we still.
No, that's a great answer, and it's interesting. And by the way, I'm just down the road from Oxford, so I know already some really good pubs there. So that's great. That's a good answer. As I said, I'm a bit buried right now, but I definitely feel that there's things we should be doing to raise a profile at the right time of the sort of facilities and capabilities we can bring to this community.
Yeah, Raku is actually great for facilitation of machine learning. Maybe not doing machine learning so much, but facilitation for sure. And it's like almost like a secret weapon. Yeah, I'm done talking. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
This is my first presentation at the second Raku Conference. This presentation is going to be about scripts, how you can make them better for your users, and how you can actually make them better for yourself as well. I hope you're going to like it.
So what scripts are we actually talking about? Well, I would say we're talking about scripts that are more of a permanent nature. Scripts that you use many times a day yourself, scripts that you might want to share with the world. I mean, other scripts are also fine, but they're probably not worth the extra effort that you need to do, or maybe it is, but that's really up to you and how you work normally. So what I think are the best script practices, you need to create a distribution skeleton, write all of the main logic in a module, make sure that sub main is exported, create a script and use the module in there, test the script, install it with Zev, so you can actually use it everywhere on your system, and you're basically ready for production. So why would we take this approach? Why would we do it so difficulty? Well, compilation is still the slowest part of Raku. If you actually have a module, it gets precompiled, so you have no compilation time. An installed script is found very quickly. It doesn't actually have to do a lot of searching for you. And, well, in general, a tip, avoid -i in production if you can. So how does that look? Well, I'd say make sure that we have some prerequisites installed. It's basically Fez. Fez is basically the upload mechanism to the new Zev ecosystem for Raku. So that will allow you to upload your modules there without too much hassle. You will need to register for it, so you can actually call Fez register. You will give your name, your email address. You will get a confirmation email, and after that you're ready to upload. And to make things easier to upload, you actually also have app MI6. This is basically not just for uploading, but also basically guiding you through the whole process of making a distribution. In this case for your script, but it could just also be for a Raku module that you want to share with the world. So once we've done that, you create a new skeleton by saying MI6 new app EasyFrop in this example, and you indicate that you want to upload to the fez ecosystem by saying --fez. After that's done its work, you can actually cd into a directory, and lo and behold, there will be an EasyFrop Raku module available there that you can edit. You can add the following code into it as an example. Basically, the proto means that this is going to be the entry point for all of your candidates in your submain, and that's the only thing that needs to get exported. And we create a single submain here in the example that will just accept the foo as a subcommand and will reply with bar. Once you've done that, we actually create a script in the bin directory. In this case, we call it frob. And the only thing that needs to be in there is use app EasyFrop. That's the only thing that needs to be in there. You can actually test the script by running Raku with -i period. Call the script directly, bin frob, and the parameter that we want to have here is foo, so it can actually say bar for you. You can then tell Zef to install it. So that will do its work and basically install the frop, the module, EasyFrop, and the frop script into your system. So after that, you can basically say frop from anywhere on your system, and it will actually show you bar. And if you really want to, you can actually share it with the world by saying mi6 release, and it will actually release it for you to the Zef ecosystem. That's all you need to do. Isn't that simple? So for this presentation, I was looking for modules that make your making of scripts easier. And for looking for modules, Rakuland is your friend, and that's actually the URL, raku.land. Thank you for the new top-level domains that we have. So you can look for all the modules with the CLI, the command line interface tag, on that URL. But you'll find that most of the modules in there actually provide a command line interface rather than help you creating one. So I had to make a selection, and I basically made a selection and found actually 3 types of modules in the ecosystem for making your scripts better. I called them the Slurpee args preprocessors. At args is basically where the command line parameters wind up verbatim before getting processed. There are the feedback enablers modules, and we have the main candidate adders. These basically add a candidate to your main sub for special purposes. So let's look at the args preprocessors first. Most famous one is, of course, getup_long. Not so famous, maybe supermain, and nobody knows about this one because it's very new. It's called allow_no. Let's have a look at getup_long. If you really want your command line parameters to work like the fully POSIX GNU extension compliant way, then this is your thing. So basically, if you don't like the way Raku is doing it, then you should use getup_long. It's being maintained by Leon Timmermans. It's a port from the Perl 5 version by Johan Vromans, and it works. It does its work, and it's very nice. So what do you do to make it work? You say use getup_long, and if you are using submain, then that's all you need to do. Getup_long also has a way of not using main if you want to do that, and then you get the more Perl oriented interface by specifying get options, and basically it will get those options with those types into these variables that you specify, which is very much like the Perl way of doing it, which might be helpful if you're porting scripts from Perl. The next one we're looking at is supermain by Claudia Ramirez. Basically, it was the inspiration for the named anywhere functionality that we have in Raku now standard, and basically it will activate that for you. It allows you to specify a space instead of an equal sign in your command line parameters. Some people like it that way. Personally, I don't really like it because I really like the equal sign indicating where the value belongs. It automatically creates an alias for you for if you have a long named option. So for --foo, you can also say -f. You can find it here, supermain, or you can just install it with Zef by saying Zef install supermain. And what do you need to do after that? Well, use the module and everything will be done according to the features that I just described. The final one is allow no. It's hardly a module, but basically it allows you to say dash dash no dash instead of dash dash slash for options, Boolean options that you want to indicate are false. This will actually be in the next release of Rakuda as well as one of the sub main ops called allow no, but the module is available already now if you want to, and will be available for all the versions of Rakudo. What do you need to do? Well, just use the module and you're done. There you go. The feedback enablers, there's basically two of them. It is as CLI arguments and meta constants. As CLI arguments basically returns a command line arguments representation for a capture or a hash, which can be helpful if you want to provide feedback. If you have a combination of parameters that you didn't expect, you can actually tell the user in the command line interface way what they did wrong. So what do you need to do for that? You use the module, and it exports a single subroutine with the same name called as CLI arguments. You can give it a capture and it will show it like the normal way, or you can tell it to use the named anywhere functionality, in which case the named options will be listed late at the end of the line. You can actually, if you don't specify anything, it will take the current setting of sub main ops. And you can actually, if you just have a hash, you can actually show the hash if you want to, and it will actually show them in alphabetical order to be consistent. Otherwise, you could have different versions for different ordering in the hash that you provide. The other one is meta constants. It basically allows you to expose information from your meta6.json file. And they are imported as constants for easy access in your script or module that you use for your script. And it's by yours truly, and you can actually find it at this URL. So suppose you have this meta6.json file. It basically has a name, a description, and a version. In your module, you can just say use meta constants $? Distribution. Why that? Well, $? Distribution is only available inside your module from that distribution. If you want to expose that to the world, you need to do that yourself. And this is basically exposing it to the meta constants module. So the meta constants actually can export the right things, and so you can actually just easily say them without actually knowing where the information is actually living or what is actually in there. So let's have a look at the main candidate adders. There's basically three of them. There's the shortened subcommands, the CLI version, and the CLI help. So shortened subcommands is basically a module that allows you to handle unexpected subcommands. So suppose your script actually has a propagate subcommand, then you can, if you use this module, you can say script F instead of script propagate. If it's unique, of course. You can find it here at this URL. It's also by yours truly. How does that look? Well, let's suppose we have a script, a module for the script that basically has three subcommands, foo, bar, and baz. After you specified the multi-subs, you can say use certain subcommands &main, so that the subcommands module actually knows where to add the additional candidates. And if you then call frob with foo, you will get foo. If you call frob with f, you also get foo. If you call frob with bar, you get bar. And if you call frob with b, it tells you no, that's ambiguous because it matches both bar and baz. And that's basically what it allows you to do. So if you have a very extensive script with a lot of subcommands, think Zeph, think the ecosystem script that you can use for introspection into the ecosystem. It basically that uses this module, so you can actually have shorter subcommands. The next one we're going to look at is CLI version. It basically adds a -V and --version options to your script. It shows the information about your script, so you don't have to maintain that yourself. It's also available by yours truly. So it takes the information from the meta6.json. So suppose we have this in our meta6, the name, description, and version. And we basically say use CLI version, distribution, and main, because it takes the information from the distribution and it puts it into as an extra candidate in the main sub. So you can actually say on the command line frop --version. It will basically take the name of the script provided by the module and the version and show some additional information. And you can actually make it a little more verbose by also specifying verbose, and it will actually tell you the description for application made easy in this case, and then provided by etc. etc. It's a very easy way of basically making the information about a module available in your script. And similarly, it's the CLI help. When the standard help feedback that you already get with Raku basically won't cut it. And this is basically the case when you have lots and lots and lots of features and options in your script, which you will find in the AppRack talk that I'm going to give tomorrow, which of course uses this module. It adds the -h and --help options to your script. It allows for subsections to your help, so you can actually go in deeper in for certain help subjects, and basically use the information stored as text files in the /resources of your distribution. You can find it there on Rakuland. And so suppose that we have this in meta6.json, the name, description, version, authors, source URL, and you put use CLI help and gives it the distribution and the main. Then if you call your script with --help, it will actually give the information and then show the text from resource help.txt. And if you want to actually give some more information about knobbing with EasyFrop, then basically you can say help --help knobbing, and you will get the text from resources /help/knobbing.txt. So this allows you to maintain information for the help pages that you can have provide with your script separately from your script, which can be easy for you and potentially would allow localization in the future. And of course you can have a verbose version of that, and that basically tells you the author and the name of the script, that's the version and how it's implemented and where the Git URL is, and it will thank the users for using the script. Ain't that nice? So have a look at the modules cheat sheet that we have so far. Get up long, you get the PostFix GNU compliant argument parsing, supermain with automatic short aliases and allow space for instead of equal sign, converts then allow no, converts no foo to foo, or vice versa actually, converts. Anyway, you got the picture. As CLI arguments, you can actually show the capture or a hash as command line arguments. Meta constants obtains information from the meta file and exports them as constants for you. Shortened subcommands make foo accessible as f if you have subcommands in your script. CLI version for adding version information, and CLI help for getting extended help features available to you. So that concludes my presentation for here. Now, normally in an in-person in-person presentation, we would have questions now, but I guess we'll have that later. Thank you for watching, and see you tomorrow. or today.
Liz, can you hear me? It's Tom Browder. I can't hear you.
Yes, I can.
Yes, I can. I appreciate that presentation, and that CLI help looks like something I've been looking for years. I'm anxious to try it out. I'd had a
Me too.
module started to do the same kind of thing, but I'm sure yours is better. And one of my complaints I've had on IRC is that the reason I don't like main is there's no way to control the width of the, you take Zeph, for example, you do help on Zeph and you get a text line 300 characters long. And I tried to suggest that we put a limit on or an option on main to somehow determine the terminal width and adjust, try to format the help lines a little bit.
Well, that seems like a good idea. Actually, internally there's a. Oops, I get a little feedback there. Internally, there's already a naive word wrapper function that is being used for some error messages if they get too long. But when I actually recommended using that for all error messages and for all types of output, it was sort of shut down at the time. But that's already quite a few years ago. So yeah, maybe things have changed. So maybe we need to look at that. I would certainly suggest making an issue for it if there's not an issue for it already. I guess it's time for the next one then, if there's no more questions.
I have one question, if it's possible.
It's possible as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a video feed from me here now. Do you know of anyone or anything that does generation of bash command line expansion scripts like the bash completion? I mean, that can help use the bash completion or similar features in shells to make the command line even more comfortable to use.
Mm-hmm. Do I know of any of them?
Yeah, do you know, has anybody made any around that you are aware of that you could tell about?
Not that I'm aware of. And I'm aware of a lot of things, but no, nothing comes to mind at the moment. Nothing Raku specific comes to mind, I should say.
Hi, Liz, this is Anton. I have a question. There's in other programming languages like R and Python, they use a specification called docopt. Are you aware of any efforts to translate docopt specs to Raku code, basically, to Raku command line code? Maybe that's not a good design to begin with. So I don't know, right? I mean,
I don't know about docopt, so I can't really answer the question, and I don't know of anybody doing this. I'll have a look at it because I'm involved at the moment with AppRack in handling a lot of options and stuff and documentation about such stuff. So maybe it's a source of inspiration. But yeah, I don't know of anything in the Raku land working with docopt, as far as I know.
This application I was showing with translating must should into whatever, right? I should apply it to AppRack. It's in my to-do list, So
okay.
Yeah. And yeah, okay. My docopt question was more about interoperability. I very rarely can stay in the same language, and I would like to be able to switch. If I have to switch, say, from Python to R or whatever, or from Raku to Python. I'd want to have some, to facilitate this. And obviously, command line interfaces of Raku is one of the prime features, right? And so I would be very interested to be able to translate whatever Raku has into some other systems.
I'll glance at the doc.org site later today, and I'll see if I can make any sense of it and let you know.
And thank you.
Hi folks, today I'd like to talk to you about some modules for working with databases in Raku. I'm Jonathan Worthington. I work at Edument. This is the company that helps fund Crow development and also develops the Comma IDE. And I'm mostly known, and usually at conferences, I'm talking about internalty stuff that I've been doing with Rakudo, with MoreVM, sometimes making things faster or adding new features. Actually, after doing the new dispatch mechanism recently, I've kind of been taking a little bit of a break from core things. I'll get back there. But I've been enjoying Raku as a language user mostly, and that is partly for fun. Raku is quite nice for doing toy languages and compiler hackery, and in my lack of copious free time, I do a bit of that. Also commercially, though, I'm mostly building web applications in Raku, and that's often using Crow. I'm kind of to blame for that to some degree as well. But just about every application I work on with Crow is involving a database. And I wasn't entirely happy with the development experience around that. I'm not really talking about the database drivers or things like that. I think there's some quite nice modules in that area, but more about the overall workflow of having a database and having development environments and tests and things like that. So I made a few modules, and that's what I'd like to share with you today. So there's 5 things that I want to talk about, and while I'm going to talk about these in the context of some Raku modules, I think all of these things are generally, at least mostly advisable, though there's probably some debate on at least one of them. So first of all, I think it's really important to make it easy to get working on a system by just having something to get a local development environment in place. I'm currently being loaned out from Edument to a startup where I'm effectively working as their acting CTO. And one of the things that we really value there is making sure that as we grow and more people come in, they can get going quickly. But I wanted that for my Raku web applications as well, so I can just come back to one and right away get a development environment in place. I wanted some way to automate database changes, to make it easy to have those deployed without having to do manual work, and also hopefully to have some silly mistakes caught early. This one is a little bit controversial, maybe, but one of the things that I've kind of found is that SQL is, maybe unsurprisingly, a pretty good language for querying databases. And sometimes, while there's value in having some layers over that, it's actually quite powerful to just work directly in SQL. But then the question becomes sort of how do you bind that to the programming language you're working with? And I want to talk about one module there, which actually isn't one that I wrote, that has an interesting answer, I think, to that. A common observation I've noticed is that if something is not tested, it's probably broken. That applies to database code too, but how do we test that? And to finish up by talking about how to manage development databases and get them set up and access them and so forth. So make it easy to set up a development environment. So I very recently released a module. It's called a Dev Containerized Service. And why did I do this? Well, some things are kind of annoying. So if I have a system and it's using, let's say, Postgres, I say, oh, okay, it uses Postgres. So first of all, I really hope that the version of that I've got installed on my system is compatible enough. And then if I need to go and sort of add a database to that, or a user or whatever, I have to go and look at how to do that, because it's one of those things. I don't do it often enough to remember how to do it. So I always have to go and look something up there. And most systems these days, I guess, take configuration, things like database connection strings through environment variables. It makes it easy to do containerized deployment, but also to have them fed in during development. So then somehow those need to get fed in as well, maybe some script. And then I have a few different machines I work on, and then I realized, like, oh, I'm going to have to do all of this again. Now, it's not always so bad. On at least the company I'm mostly working at the moment, we're using Docker Compose. And when I saw that, when I first joined there, I was like, great, Docker Compose file. And for those who don't know, Docker Compose is a way of specifying a set of different containers, wiring them together, and it's pretty useful. The first thing that happened when I tried to set that system up is I realized that the Docker Compose version that was on my system was too old. But finally got that up. And then, of course, there's questions like, oh, okay, well, this database is inside a container, so how do I actually connect and poke around to debug problems? But that's mostly fine. But still, I kind of had this, well, what if? What if for my simple little Raku services, where we don't have some massive microservices? It's a nice little monolithic application, and what if there was a module that just let me declare what services I need, and it would run the container, normally just one, for Postgres, and then run my application and put the right stuff in the environment? And so I wrote a small tool to do this. So how to use it? Well, start out, just add a dependency. Then create a Raku script. I'm calling my ones devenv.raku. Maybe that's an okay convention. Maybe folks will find nicer ones. And then, and this is something I always do, but if not, make sure that things like database connection details are obtained through the environment. And then here's what goes into that deven.raku. We just use the module and then call the service function, say I want Postgres, I want it at this tag of the Postgres image from the Docker library. And then I get passed a hash of connection information. And for Postgres, that actually gives me the coninfo, which is a nicely formed connection string that I can throw straight into dbpg. But it also gives me all of the individual pieces for the case where those are being injected as separate environment variables. And that is it. Let me show you a demo. So here we are. I've just stubbed a simple crow application. It's called Leftover. It's a system for people to tell their neighbors about leftover food they have or ingredients so they can not go to waste. And I'll build a little bit of this during the talk today. And here you can see that I am just creating a dbpg object, and I'm just doing a simple little query here just to prove that we can connect that database and actually get it to do something. And the environment variable dbconinfo is where the connection info comes from. And then here I have written my development environment file, which is pretty much what I showed you on the slide just a moment ago. So let's try and run this. So I can run this script, and I can say run. And then I'm going to use the crow application runner. And yeah, run crow run. So this will obtain, if it needs to, though I already had it, a Postgres container, and start it up and put it on a free port. and set up the user, the database, and inject those into the environment per the specification here. And you can see it says it works, and that comes from here. So we have got a database set up and ready for us to do stuff with. So with that, I have a Postgres instance running, the details injected, but now I need to have some tables in the database so that I can start inserting some data. And how should I go about this? I've been working on a module for a while, actually. This one was not a quick thing. This is something I've been slowly putting together in 3 moments over actually the last few months, and a few hours here and there. And the reason I put this together is because I really found the workflow that I had before it annoying. So I have a few web apps, and I thought, oh, okay, I'll just keep a SQL file with the database schema, and when I change things, I'll tweak it, and then I'll just write the little bit of DDL to apply to the real database. And it won't change often. It's a small, simple project. I'll cope, right? And I've done this with a few things, and after a while, I'm just like, I really hate this tedium. And at least for me, the database definition language stuff, it's not really that hard to write. It's just one of those things that I don't really do every day, and so easily forget. And I thought, well, can we do a little bit better? And I already knew from other projects, one in Raku, but mostly elsewhere, and that migrations are a nice solution in this space. What's a migration? So a migration is a append-only list of changes to the database. So you start out with one of them, which establishes the basics of the schema. Each time you want to do a change, then we write another migration. And when they are applied together, one after the other, they bring the database up to the current state. And some tools for doing migrations have you write them out in SQL directly. Others provide something on top of that and generate them. And typically, these keep a record in the database of which changes have been applied in the past. And then when you want to bring it up to date, you just take the difference of what was applied, what wasn't applied, and apply the missing pieces. Often for simple, small systems, then it's quite convenient if you're just deploying a single instance of them somewhere to have it do the changes at startup. In a situation where there might be many horizontally scaled out instances of it, that can get a little bit annoying to do. They sort of stampede to try and do that. Or when the database gets bigger, maybe the impact on startup time for some changes becomes intolerable. And in those cases, it can be better to run them explicitly. But I normally start out with having it done at application startup. So I just deploy the database and the application, sorry, and then at startup it brings the database up to the version that is current. So what are the options for migrations in Raku? So of course, before I dug into writing my own module, I sort of surveyed the landscape a little bit. So there's already a module, and I've already worked with this one in the past, called DB Migration Simple. This is pretty straightforward. You write out the SQL for what you call the up direction, that is to bring the database to a newer state, and also for the down direction, that is to revert those changes. To be honest, in many cases, I only ever really go up, but it can be useful to have the down functionality too. And these are explicitly written out in SQL there, and you pass a DBI-ish handle to it, and it runs the appropriate bits of SQL and just keeps a table to indicate what it's applied so far. It's pretty simple. It didn't work with DBPG, which I'm normally working with, but it could be made to. And I've used that in one system I worked on a while back. Red doesn't seem to yet have migrations fully implemented. At least that was the best I could tell. But I believe there's a Red talk scheduled after mine, so maybe there's news on that. But for people who are using Red, that's probably going to be a nice solution. Red, by the way, is an object relational mapper for Raku. And then the new kid on the block is DB migration declare. This is the thing that I've been toying with for a while, and actually got used in my first real application just recently. I added it there. Fair warning, it's new. I definitely call this a beta. It's Postgres only, and but I want to talk a little bit about what I've done with that. So migrations are specified in Raku code using a little domain-specific language, which really is just a fancy way of saying, a bunch of functions that we call, and they set dynamic variables so that they can gather various bits of information. It's actually the very same strategy that is used in things like the Crow router, and also in the dev containerized service that I showed earlier. So this is just a migration. You give the name. That's just setup. That's just for documentation purposes and for understanding what's been applied. And then we say, well, create the table skyscrapers. We add a couple of columns, three columns here. One is just an ID, auto incrementing. We say it's the primary key of the table. We then have a name column, which is unique. And then we have the height, and we ask for those to all be not null. So then at some point we might want to add another table or grow this database a little bit. So we can add another migration. So here I'm going to add a countries table. So I can say, okay, create the table countries. That's a relatively boring table. And then we alter the sky. Oh crap. Not the sky crappers table. That's not what I wanted. So when I do this and try to apply this, then it will say, oh, actually there's a problem here. So this is not just a DSL that creates or just turns itself into the appropriate SQL to do the changes. As it goes, it builds up a model of the current schema of the database, and then it uses it to validate the various changes that we do. So here it will tell me, oh, you've got a typo there, so that isn't going to work, and then we can fix that and have it applied. So let's again go and have a little bit of a demo. So let me walk through a few of the things that I've just added to my application. This is the migration file. I've just called it migrations.raku. The module supports either having a single file with the migrations, or you can instead have a directory of them, and it will sort the file names in ascending order. So this is the initial setup. I am just creating some tables. So we'll have different types of food that might be left over. We have some apartments, and the apartment number, the owner, and then an offer of food is the food that's on offer, which is done as a foreign key here to the foods table. It's the apartment, which is again a foreign key to the apartments table, the quantity of food, and if someone has claimed it yet. So that's set up here, and then I've added a test case, and the test case goes through the migrations, applies them all one on top of the other, and looks for if there are any problems with them. And this means that I can maybe find out about any problems with my migration nice and early. And this is something that just can go into the test suite. And pretty much this exact code came straight out of the README for the module. I just have to make sure you pointed at the correct migrations file or directory here. So I can run that test, and it's passing, and it puts out an OK for each migration that it successfully checks and determines is OK. And then finally, in the startup here for my service, we're here taking the database connection, and then I'm making an instance of the migration applicator. Here I just have to give it a name, and this lets me potentially have different sets of migrations, independent ones, applied to the same database. So, for example, if I have some kind of module that I'm using, and it also wants to put some stuff in the database for storage, then it could supply its own set of migrations and just put a different schema ID here, and then there won't be any history conflicts between the history of my migrations and that module's. And the module actually does check that when you apply schemas, that there aren't any conflicts. It makes sure that the history hasn't been meddled with or something like that. So I make this instance of the applicator, and then I apply it, and I look at the status and write out how many migrations have been applied there. So let's drop over to the console. We can again use the development environment script, and we can run crow run. And here we go. So up comes the Postgres database, and then the service is started, and it's a fresh database. It says, I've applied one migration, and now we are up and running. So that's my first set of migration, my first migration, sorry, and I sort of sketched it out, but I kind of realized that this is not going to be a terribly great app if it only really supports one building with the apartments. So let's write another migration here. So let's call it add buildings. Okay, and we'll create a new table, buildings, and let's just nab this, and then let's add a column. Let's call it address. That can be a text column, and we expect that to be unique, and we'd like it not to be null. And then let's alter the table, and the table that we'll alter is apartments, and the alteration that we're going to do is we want to add a column, building, which will be an integer, and given we haven't got any data yet in this database, we can just say, it should be null. And then I need to add a foreign key, and the foreign key, actually let's just save a little bit of time and copy this foreign key here, and of course it's not that, it's to the table buildings. So here we go. Let's run the tests just to make sure. Oh, cannot alter non-existent table apartments. That would be a typo. Okay. Let's try it again. Still wrong. Cannot add a foreign key to non-existent column apartment of table apartment. Oh yes. This is what copy paste gets you. Let's try it again. Okay, so now it's happy, and if I go back over here, then the application will be restarted, and you can see that you see this has applied one migration here, and yeah, it did the one up here. Since it's a fresh database each time, if I just bring it up again, then it's, as you'd expect, going to do two migrations. There we are. Okay, so now I have a database set up with a few tables. So as I mentioned, this is a relatively new module, and there's quite a few things that I still want to do with it. One of them is to be able to automatically calculate the down migrations from the up ones. So for now, it only does the up direction. Of course, there's an escape hatch where you can write the SQL out explicitly for what you would like to do if there's not something to do it. And there already one should specify the up and the down. But for the majority of changes which is declared, for example, add this column, then the inverse is relatively predictable. It's drop the column. Supporting a wider range of database features is also something to work on. That's both different kinds of alterations that aren't handled yet, but also features like views and stored procedures. I also have been thinking of it about having a command line interface for it, so it's possible to examine what has been applied so far and perform the application of migrations via that tool, which could be useful for those who want to explicitly apply them. Maybe some kind of comma integration too. There's a lot of different things that we do a level of IDE support for on, ranging from Crow and the template language through to the Red ORM and its models, and having something for this could also be nice. And also one of the things about doing migrations that drop stuff or doing down migrations that throw away data is it'd be nice to maybe have some way to say, well, please don't just drop the column, but back up what is in first. And having that kind of configurable data retention on lossy changes could be quite nice. And of course, one can always implement these, but having this as a sort of set of patterns to commonly use to handle these cases could also be desirable. Another example of such a pattern could actually be to say, well, I want to drop this table, but what if someone's using it? So actually, the real modification I want to do is to modify the database to track any usage of the table. And if no usages are recorded in a couple of weeks, then the next time the migration is done, then we can say, we'll complete the action now. So there's a few things like that I have in mind. So let's move on. So I want to talk a little bit about being able to write queries in SQL without having that SQL inlined among the Raku code. And the module for this is called Badger. Why? Well, first of all, let me talk just a little bit about some of the various options in this space. So of course, we can just write SQL mixed up in the Raku code in a here doc or something like that. But stepping back and looking at the problem space and the sorts of things, not just in Raku, but in languages generally that I've seen, object relational mappers are a relatively common choice. I've seen both well-supported and very well thought out ones, and I've also seen ones which were homegrown by individual clients. I don't know why, but that seemed to be something people enjoyed doing, and then they left the company, and people didn't really know what to do with all of that. But ORMs, I mean, there's sort of been a sort of phase of excitement about them and a phase of dumping on them. It strikes me that the problem they're solving is actually just really quite hard. There's not a very neat mapping, I guess, between the relational model and the object model in lots of the non-trivial cases. It's quite easy to sort of get started and to achieve, okay, we have this object that models a row in this table and we can just map between them. That's not so hard. But when we get into more advanced querying requirements, that's where the tricky stuff starts. An alternative to those is things that don't really try to do any mapping of a complex object model onto a complex relational model. They just are ways of generating SQL. And those can have some value. My experience of working with them is that they again maybe make some of the easy things easy. They might be good for database abstraction, but they tend to be less good at making the hard things possible, and you end up reaching for some sort of escape hatches for those. Relatively few projects need database abstraction as well. That is, to work on MySQL and Postgres. It happens sometimes, but the vast majority of the time something is built and it just uses the chosen database forever. So one thing that kind of becomes attractive from all of that is saying, well, we'll just write SQL. But inline SQL in code is ugly, is argued by some, and I don't feel that strongly about it, but I will say that if you have some nice tooling for working with SQL queries and trying them out and so on, and you can't apply it because they're buried in some here doc somewhere in the code, yeah, that could be a bit frustrating, or maybe they clutter things up. So a former colleague of mine pointed out an alternative that I found quite compelling. He said, oh, well, Clojure has this library called HugSQL. Isn't that a cute name? And you write a SQL file, and above the various queries in it, you write comments, and those comments result in functions being declared. So you have something that pre-processes this file and turns it into something that declares functions that run those queries and let you call them just like normal functions in the language. And I thought, oh, that sounds kind of nice. Please, could you do a port of it for Raku? And he did, so thank you. So the idea here is that we just have a SQL file, except it also has comments. And here the comments look like the opening part of a Raku subroutine declaration. And then the SQL becomes effectively the body, or something that calls the SQL becomes the body. This is not just a pure string interpolation here for the parameters. That is done using SQL placeholders, so we don't get SQL injection stuff happening. And that's how it goes. So we write this file, and we have this add skyscraper function. And then we use Badger. We pass the path to that SQL file, and it passes that. It finds all of the routines to declare. It exports them, and then we have them available. And we can just call, okay, add skyscraper. We pass in the database handle. We pass in the arguments, and it does the right thing. So let's have a little look at that in the context of my application. So here I have a SQL file where I've started writing out some of the various queries that go with my leftover app. Here I have register building. It takes the address and does an insert of it. That might conflict because there's a unique constraint on that, and we say, well, do nothing. It's okay if the user just missed the address in the dialog. And then here we say, well, to get the building by address. In this case, I want to return an object. And the object will be constructed based upon the field names, which we passed in as named arguments. Here is the class, the ID, the address. And I need to get that in scope. So I have a use here just to pull in the module where that is located. So even if these are lexical exports, it will do the right thing. And then here I have one to get a building just by an ID. Here I can get all the buildings. So the dollar here means that I'm expecting just a single result back out of this query. And the at means that I'm expecting a bunch of others. And there's, if you don't type it with an object, then you get a hash back or hashes back and things like that. So this is the SQL file. And then I've created a leftover database class. I'm using Badger here. I'm pulling my SQL in and getting those declarations made for me. I've also moved the migration logic into this file just so that we don't clutter up the service file with it. So we just make an instance we call migrate, and then that is being passed also here into the roots. So the root's able to query the database. And this is the normal sort of dependency injection pattern used in Crow, so you can write root tests if you want that don't really hit the database. So here, by the way, that is why it's an object, and I'm not just using the functions directly, but that could also work. So here we have the database handle. We just pass it down to each of these functions, wrapping them up. So here we register the building, and then we look it up here and hand back that object. And this gets all of the buildings. This gets a single building by the ID. So these are just a few of the methods that I need. And then over in my Crow roots, then I'm receiving this database handle. In my index, the start page, then we'll display a list of the buildings that are available. And if somebody wants to add a new building, I'm using the Crow Web App form module just to have a very simple form here. Actually, it's one field. And a post of that takes the form data, extracts the address, and adds the building, and then does a redirect. And then in either case, with the user selecting a building or by adding a new one, we end up at this /building/whatever route, and we get the building and render this other template. So all relatively straightforward things. And then over here, I have my templates. So let me run this. So we get a fresh database set up. Postgres is started. Now we will start this application. 2 migrations are applied, and now the application is listening. And if we open this, you can see I am in deep tab debt here in my my browser. So we don't have any locations yet, but let's put in this. I think. Okay, and it takes me to building 1. We can go back. Maybe let's add another. Oh, that's where the Edument office is in Prague. Okay, and then yeah, that's it. We can select those, and it is working. So by now I have a database. I have a way to sort out the schema with migrations. I have a way to write queries against it. But what about testing? So I wrote a module for this called Test Containerized Service. It's actually based upon Dev Containerized Service, which is kind of nice because it means that every time that we add support for a different kind of database in Dev Containerized Service, then magically it just will work once released in Test Containerized Service as well. So we can mock the database in tests. That's quite a common thing to do. But database queries can be quite complex. There's plenty to go wrong in them. So it can be nice to be able to have tests that work against the database too. But the setup work for them can be a little bit annoying to do. And so often, I mean, I have things I work on where I kind of realize that I don't really run the database tests. I kind of just cross fingers and then sort of push to CI where they're run for me and fix things up that way if I get them wrong, just because it's a bit annoying to get it set up. So I thought, well, that's not good. So what can I do about my laziness? And the answer is, of course, write a module that lets me be lazy and still run the tests. So this is the module I wrote, Test Containerized Service. So here I use the dbpg, I use test, and then I use Test Containerized Service. And this test service call takes the name of the service that I want to have, in this case Postgres, a tag. So this is all looking very familiar maybe from the Dev containerized service. And the main differences in here are simply that it's always throwaway. And if there is no Docker available, or there's some other setup issue, for example, pulling the image failed, the test is just quietly skipped, rather than it making problems. So this means that you can write such tests, and if you ship your module off and it runs on a machine without, say, Docker there, then that won't be a test failure. It'll just quietly say, no, we won't do this. So let's take a little look at that. So I've added another test file alongside the migration test. This is the database test, and I'm using the Test Containerized Service module to get a connection string to a test database, a fresh, clean database that I can use for the tests. The first thing I need to do is to apply the migrations to the latest version. This is going to take it from nothing to the current state of the migrations. And with that done, then I'm ready to start testing my various methods. So for example, we'll add 3 buildings. We can add one that's got a duplicate address, And if we remember that, that's meant to be unique, so it shouldn't cause any problems if there's duplicate addresses in there. It'll just drop the insert quietly. And then we get the buildings, and we expect there to be 2, because it should be deduplicating. And then we can run these. So the migration one's complete almost instantly, and this one needs to set up a container, so it takes just a little bit longer, and one fails. Oh dear! So this it gives back 3 instead of 2. Okay, that's a slight surprise. So did I mess something up? Let's take a look in here. So we have building. Oh, I wanted a unique key on address, but it appears that I forgot to do so. So let's fix this. Building should be unique by address. Okay, so there we are. And then we need to alter the table buildings. And we want to put a unique key on the column address. Okay, so migration tests run, so it's happy with this migration. There's no typos this time. And my database test passes now as well. So by now I have a way to get a local development database up and running. I have a way to migrate it to latest version of a bunch of changes. I have a nice way of writing SQL and calling it from my Raku code. And then I even can write tests. Surely I must be happy now. And the answer is, well, almost, but there's a few workflows that still are quite common, but not really handled. So for example, one of the things that often is needed when investigating problems with a bunch of database code is going and running the Postgres client and having a look in there and seeing what it is really in the database to have a look at the data. Also, it'd be perhaps nice if I didn't really have to start from scratch. I might enter some test data and then want to still have it around in the future when I come back to develop the system a bit further. So there's a few more things that Dev Containerized Service can do. By default, it gives a clean state every time. So there's nothing sort of persistent about it. It runs the container, all the storage is inside of the container is removed at exit, and that's it. But if we want to have a development database that sticks around, then it also knows how to put that as a named volume in Docker and leave it around so that we can later be able to take it and get that data back again and continue. So in order to do that, we need to do just 2 changes to this configuration file. The first one is that we need to give a project name, and that is just a way for it to namespace these volumes and any other configuration information that it will keep around. And then we say, please also store this. Store also takes the name of what I call the default store, which is the default sort of name to store those under, but the default, which is called default, is normally fine. So let me go back to my leftover app for the last time and show you a quick demo of some of these features. So here in my development environment file, I've specified the project name, the leftover, and then said that I want to have this Postgres service be stored persistently between different runs of my development environment. So let's try this out. So we'll take the script, we'll run the crow runner. And this is the first time, so it will bring up a fresh Postgres instance. And then it will start the system up and apply all the migrations. Up to 3 of them there. So if I just open this, let's make 1 entry into this application, and then we can close that. Okay, and back over here, let's bring this down, start it up again, and it will look a little bit different because it says that there's already a data directory here, so we don't need to reinitialize it. There's no migrations to apply, And indeed, if I open this up again, then it's still there, which is good. The other thing that this opens the door to is a few other tools. So if I was, for example, to just tell it to show me this environment, then it has also saved this information about it here. This could be useful if I want to use some kind of database exploration tool in order to connect to this development database and have a look at what's in there. And a really common tool to use is the Postgres client. And the way that the dev containerized service module is built is that it's possible to declare tools for different services. And I've declared the client tool for Postgres. And this looks like it does almost nothing. It's actually doing a little bit behind the scenes. It's taking this information. It's figuring out how to inject it to have the Postgres client come up, but it's also using the PSQL client version that is inside of the container. So if you don't have it installed on your local machine, or if you have a different version and then there's some incompatibility with a server, definitely recently there's some issues that I sometimes run into with authentication methods with Postgres versions, if the server and the client on the machine are different. So it avoids that, and then I can go and start having a look at what is in the database. So that is pretty convenient. The other thing that we can do is for any of these commands, the run, the tool, the show, it's possible to pass a store argument and say, no, I want to have these stored differently. And if I say store fresh, then it's going to bring up a fresh database instance. It'll leave the volumes for the previous one alone, and you can see it's applied the free migrations again. And I can go into this application. It's an empty instance. Let's put in a different address just to demonstrate this. And then I can bring that back down. We can go back to the default store without mentioning one. And up it comes. And this time it's no migrations applied. We can open it, and it's the first set of data we had. So if I'm hunting a very particular problem, or want to maybe create an instance and apply data from some pulled from some production instance I need to debug or something like that, then I can create environments for being able to do that bit of debugging, and then we have this convenient way to run the Postgres client as well. So with all of that, I'm a little bit happier with the database workflow that I have when I'm building applications in Raku. All of this is very much focused on what I'm using, which means that it supports Postgres and not much else. I did a Redis configuration as well for the dev containerized service, and it's also supported for test containerized service. If you're using something else, all of these are very extensible, so you can send a pull request adding maybe MariaDB or whatever else it is that you are using and want to have supported in these tools. Obviously, that's rather a lot more work for DB migration declare to do a database support. There's already a base role with all the things to implement in it, but for writing these service specifications, it's a little bit easier. So do you have any questions? Well, unfortunately, Raku Conference this year collides with my vacation. So at the time you're listening to this, then assuming you're watching live, then I'm probably either on a mountain trail or in a pub on a mountain trail. So I can't take any questions right now. I did realize that earlier I did say that I would tell you why Badger is called Badger. And so maybe that is a question. And the answer is absolutely terrible. So if you have never seen the animation Badger, Badger, Badger before, just go and search for it. And there's a character in that animation, which I probably spent a lot too much time watching at university. That is a snake. And I used to work in Sweden, and the Swedish word for snake is orm, spelled ORM, as in object relational mapper. So Badger is not an ORM, and that is the name. So thank you very much for your attention. And this is how you can hunt me down. And I'm probably enjoying vacation if you're doing this right now, live during the conference. But I'll endeavor to get back to you after I return. And all of these modules are published on the Zeph ecosystem, so you can take them, play with them. And I hope that this will be as useful to you as I think it's going to be to me. So thank you. Goodbye.
Good morning, my name is Fernando. I'm a Brazilian developer living on UK with my family. I've worked in many different companies back in Brazil, and currently I'm working for PayProp in Seven Oaks. I've been writing Perl for a long time, and I've been playing with Raku since before Christmas. I have several projects in Raku, including Red, and that's what I'm going to talk about today. Red is an ORM that tries to be the more Raku-ish possible. ORMs are a way of representing tables and rows using classes and objects. For queries, ORMs do that representation use some kind of API that generates the SQL query. Most of them map queries into methods or chained methods. So you should pass the different parts of SQL query, like where or order by, to an API. Most of the ORMs I could learn about do queries focused on the SQL it will generate. They usually have a method like search or select to preparing the query and receives parameters, or uses chained methods to set each part of it, like where filters or group bys or joins, like these examples over here. So Red is written in Raku and for Raku, and it tries to avoid creating new APIs. Instead, it tries to use Raku APIs themselves. No new APIs for the users to learn when possible. More than that, it does not map SQL into Raku, but the opposite. It maps Raku to SQL. Red queries work as if tables were arrays of objects. It uses lazy lists and sacks for create the query. So it uses map, grep, first, etc. The same methods used to manipulate lists in Raku, instead of having new APIs for doing that. So for example, if there is a post class like this one that has some attributes like ID, title, body, and published, you can create this array at post with some objects like here. If you need to get the title of every published post, you could just do something like this. It using only grep and map, two very used and well-known Raku methods. So, for example, to print the title, you would just need to iterate of that, like this. So, And just for comparing, let's see how you would do that using RED, getting the data from the database. Yeah, almost exactly the same. But let's analyze the first one. All starts with the array at posts that contains the list of posts. Then we grab the published posts from at posts and use map to get the titles. Grep on at posts returns a sac. This sac is kind of a representation of all the published posts. It does not contain the posts, but it knows how to get it. It will only get the items once it gets iterated over, but that's not the case here. Map is called on the sac returned by grep. It does not return the titles, but a sac representing the list of title, as grep does. Then for iterates over the sac. Only now the items are computed when the sac gets iterated over. And that's almost exactly the same with red. Post.all is a positional representing all posts, just like the array at posts. Different from array at posts, it is a lazy list, like the sacs. It does not have the items, but it knows how to get them. Grep will return a result sac representing all the published posts, all rows where the column published is true. A result sac is just like a sac, but it represents the results of a database query. But the database query is not performed yet. It's only performed when you iterate over a result sac. Map also returns a result sac, but a new one that combines everything from grep and now with map. And then for iterates over the result sac returned by map, running the SQL query. Now we do access the database and runs the query. So just to let it clear, post all is a positional. If someone binds the array at posts to posts all, the code becomes exactly the same as the array version. Post all is just a result sac, and result sacs do positional. But what happens when for iterates over the result sac returned by map? It uses the conditions set by grep as a where filter and the one set by map as selected values to generate the SQL query. When we've been using the post class as the definition of a post, we've been using the post class as the definition of a post. To use that with red, we would need some small changes. First, we would need to say that's not a class, but a model. Using model instead of a class will change its meta class that includes many meta methods to interact with the database. Another thing we need to do is to specify what attributes are columns. To do that, we use the trait isColumn or one of its cousins. For example, isId that defines a column as primary key, isSerial that says that the column is primary key and auto increments, isUnique that adds unique constraint to the column. There are other traits to set attributes as columns and also other kind of traits like relationships that creates relationships between models. For inserting, deleting, and updating rows, meta methods should be used. Do not add any method on your models, but it changes its meta class. So every method for interacting with the database from models are meta methods. You have some ways of creating new rows. One of them is to use new to create a new post object, as you would do on any class, and then use the save meta method to send it to the database. Other way is using the meta method create. That's a shortcut for new and create. Create meta method also has many other shortcuts for creating many related rows at once using relationships and other kind of stuff. For deleting an object, it's just the case of calling the delete meta method. It will run that SQL delete query. For updating it, just change the value of what you want and just save it. But if you want to delete a bunch of rows without needing to iterate over it or getting it from the DB, you could just use a result-seq method. So to delete all the non-published posts, for example, you just get a result set representing all posts with the columns published being false. Just use a grep for that and call delete on that. This delete is not a meta method because it's a result-seq method. It's not added on your model. And for updating a bunch of rows, instead of getting each one of those, changing it and saving it, you can just use the result-seq method as shown here. You just use map on the result-seq, change the values you want, and call save on the returned result-seq. There is some things that we could change to make our models methods more useful. If you have those two methods, title starts with and has big body, for example, if you can call them on your object, and it would work as you would expect. But you could also use them on while grabbing or mapping a result-seq, as on this snippet. For example, here we are grabbing over all posts that has big body and where title starts with blah. So this would generate this SQL query. But the thing is, it just only works because we are using methods here and not attributes. Rather to try to understand what the grep and map blocks are doing, it calls the methods and everything. It uses type objects for type model objects. So if you try to use a method inside of a grep and that method uses an attribute, it would throw an exception. And what about we are thinking on filters of red? So it's very hard to read to understand what's going inside grep map blocks to convert that to SQL. With Raku AST, that tends to become much easier. I'm looking forward to implement that, to implement the usage of Raku AST on Red. We have a list of issues required to be closed until we release our first stable version, the 1.0.0, and there is only one more issue still open, so we are going to release our first stable version in the near future. And that's it. Thank you very much, and I hope you like Red. And I'm on Red channel on IRC, and that's the Red links. Okay, thank you very much.
So now we will have 10 minutes gap until the round hour, until the next hour. And after that, there will be another recorded talk by Jeffrey Broadwell called Raku Cool, Retro Cool Raku. So see you in 10 minutes.
Is this like one of those corridor conversations?
Well, I guess you can unmute yourself, but the music keeps playing. Okay. I guess it's
So, Liz, I think I can see you speaking, but I can't hear you.
You can't see me?
I can hear Liz.
Video and mute and mic are on as far as I could see.
Turn my volume up.
Ah.
I was listening on two devices.
Hi, Bruce. Hi, Liz.
Hi, Bruce.
Hi, Steve.
Hi.
Hi, Richard.
That's the first time I've seen Liz in person.
Seems like I know everybody so well over the years, but we very rarely interact.
Now you can see me drink.
Yeah.
Is that Jennifer you have in there?
It's a hint from Wendy.
Can't read it. It's too small.
It's too small.
Well, good evening. I can read it.
Some self-cleaning kitchen. I need this for my kids. Yeah, good idea. They've all moved home.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, I'm not sure whether I call you Rafe or Ralph or
whichever.
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay, good. In my life, half the people call me Ralph and half call me Rafe.
Hey, Ralph. Long
Hello,
time no
Liz.
see.
Yeah,
I've just
good to see you.
realised it's an I, not an L. I've always thought it was an L. So
Well,
it's okay.
it's kind of intentional because half the
Aha.
people know me Ralph, half is Rafe. So,
Right.
yes. Hi.
Right.
Hi, Steve. Bruce. Richard. People I know. Bye.
Yeah, exactly.
Wendy.
I missed. Hello, Wendy.
Hey, Wendy.
I'll see you all.
I'm eating a sandwich, sorry.
So I think I've definitely met you, at least seen you, Bruce. I can't recall whether we met. I know you so well through video, but I think, were you at Glasgow in 2018?
I was not. I have not made it across the pond for any of the conferences yet, although I visited at other times.
Okay, so it's purely video. All right. And Steve, I have not seen your face.
Yeah, I hide it.
Me too. Hello, Daniel. All these people I know through online, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, good. Hello, Martin.
It'll be funny to meet people face to face. I'm looking forward to next year.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
They're in Hangs a Tale, which is I had understood wrongly that the TPRC conference in Houston was going to be remote, and then I realized I had to be in Houston that day after they accepted my talk.
If the Raku conference is live next year, where will it be?
I guess Andrew should answer that question, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be something like Riga or Amsterdam.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Actually, I have no idea where it can be. Riga is fine, but yeah, you see, so this year we have how many people? It's like 24 people. I don't know how many people.
Riga sounds really nice.
Yeah, and it's cheap enough to organize the conference, and there's like great hotel. We have. Yeah, I like this hotel, so they like us.
Nice Belgian cafes.
Yeah.
So we'll see, but yeah, I don't know. So we don't know if there will be another wave of coronavirus or another war or whatever. But in general, yes, in general, I tend to go to Rig next year if everything goes well. But we have to be like, we have to define it before the new year, not later, because otherwise people will suffer from buying tickets, organizing trips and stuff.
Yeah.
But actually, this year from Amsterdam, it was really difficult to fly away from Amsterdam. The Schiphol airport is just broken this summer.
Yeah, we have that. Yeah.
And as far as things go on the stateside, the Pearl and Raku Conference next year will be in Canada. I think Montreal, is that right, Bruce?
Toronto.
Toronto, right. So there'll be that for RakuCon 10 here. So there'll be that for.
Wow, that's some delay on that echo. I don't know where it was coming from.
Yeah, I guess we should each mute unless we're actually talking.
Oh, Steve, first, that was a great idea to say, let this be hallway track time. And second, if I hadn't caught COVID, I would have already told you this right at the end of the conference. Your talk at the Pearl and Raku conference, you don't know this, but although your Q&A time was sparse, right after you closed connection, everybody gathered together and just had kind of a 5 or 6 minute discussion, like every single person who was attending was in a group talking about what you had presented on, what they thought about it, what they were going to do about it. So it had more uptake than you might have seen evidence of.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, I think, in fact, I had a question for Andrew, which is related to that. So it's obviously a very different experience to be remote and face to face. The hardest thing, I think, is to do it hybrid, right? So you have some kind of big brother kind of screen. So if we do it face to face, would we try for hybrid maybe, or I don't know.
Actually, for this year, we were trying to organize a hybrid event. Sorry, actually, I have some, but actually, I don't know how to organize it because, for example, this year we have we go live at 3 o'clock UTC, which is really afternoon or even evening in Europe, just to allow American people to join. But in hybrid, will be. Actually, basically, we need some technical people to who will create all those live streams, microphones, connections, blah blah. It's work. It requires some patience and some really like work. I don't know. Probably actually face to face is enough with maybe some live stream to YouTube. But hybrid, I don't know. We can try, but definitely. So if we will have a hybrid event, it will start at the European time, right? Because we are not going to see during night. But definitely. So if we will have a hybrid event, it will start at the European time, right? Because we are not going to see during night. Yeah.
Yeah, I think hybrids, they're an order of magnitude greater. They're not just an extra bit, they're order of magnitude more difficult.
Okay, so actually it's time to the next talk. It's recorded talk. It's 43 minutes long, so actually we will finish just in time. And after that, we have 3 live talks. So
nice to see everybody.
yeah. So enjoy.
Very.
Okay, I'm unplugged.
Hi everyone, my name is Jeffrey Broadwell. I am GJB at sonic.net. If you want to ask me some questions after the talk. I'm also JAFB, JAPHB, on both GitHub and on irc.libera.chat, which is the IRC home for Raku and Red and Crow and Mugs. If you want to find out something cool going on in the Raku world, that's the place to come. This talk is Retro Cool Raku, which could be subtitled My Journey to the Terminal Namespace. Let's start off with a little bit of history first. This thing is a TVI Televideo 920C. It was the first terminal I got to use. It was actually hooked to the computer that ran the annealing ovens, the cooling ovens of a glass factory. It was built by my uncle. It hooked up to one of these. It had a nice keyboard. It had a relatively nice display. It did all sorts of little tricks. I loved it. I had these books to work with. I had basic computer games and more basic computer games, which were basically collections of games from the mainframe world, mini-computer world. You could type them in and play the game. I thought this was the coolest thing. Like, if I wanted to play a certain game, all I had to do was take the time to type it in. I could save it to disk so I didn't have to do it again. And then I would be able to play whatever I wanted, which I thought was just this amazing thing. One of the games that I got to play on there was this one, Super Star Trek. It had been modified so many times over the years that it was really long. As you can see, they had to print the listing in tiny little font, and this is just the first page of quite a few that was necessary to have the listing. But I typed them all in. I got to play the game. I did save it to disk, yes, and it was a blast. This is what the gameplay looks like, except on a terminal that didn't have lowercase. The 920 did, but this one was from a previous terminal. This is a long-range scan of the galaxy. As you can see, the long-range scan is of a rectangular galaxy, which is not what galaxies normally look like. I suppose it's technically possible, but pretty rare. But as a little kid, I wanted nothing more than to make a realistic galaxy shape. So I spent years trying to learn enough about how to program to be able to fix that for real. I eventually managed to get a very crude spiral, but by the time I got far enough to be able to make that change, I was completely hooked. I thought it was the greatest thing. I also, during this time period, got to play some of these. These are Infocom interactive fiction games. Basically, this allowed you to type in English commands and have the thing respond and tell you a story, respond to everything that you were doing, make an interactive story out of it. Here's a look at what the very first of these, from Infocom at least, look like. This is Zork. Zork was itself based on a previous game called Colossal Cave Adventure. But here you can see what the interface looked like, the opening moves, open the mailbox, take the leaflet, read the leaflet. I was amazed by this because in just a few K, they had something that could parse an English sentence. I didn't know at the time that they were cheating, but boy, it sure looked like it worked to me. And it actually worked pretty darn well. There was a lot of things that it just knew. It knew all these different verbs. It knew everything that was around you. It understood when something was lit up and when it was dark. And all of this was just in a few K and was portable to just about everything that was available at the time. Like every time a new computer came out, it was really quick for them to port it because it was all working on a virtual machine. I also spent some time learning this. This is a logo here showing what looks like the center of a sunflower, perhaps, which has a very simple command under it that it used to run. It's just repeating some circular rotations of the plotter pen and making these repeated circles with a slight deviation of angle between them, and lo and behold, you have this beautiful picture. I thought this was the greatest thing. It's like, oh my God, I can just type in a single line of code and voila, look at what I get. It's pretty darn pretty. This got me seriously hooked on graphics, and I started doing stuff with other things at the time. I got one of these. This is a TRS-80 color computer. This is the Tandy Radio Shack era. This is actually the first model, the one with the chiclet keyboard and the gray and silver shell. I actually had more than one of these because the first one died with literal smoke coming out of it. But it was a great computer. It did graphics, it did text, it had an assembler for it, which I had. It had games that came with it that were really pretty darn impressive given what was built inside of it. It has a simple 8-bit processor, but it could play this. This is Dungeons of Digrath. This is a game that was so far ahead of its time that a lot of the stuff that it did just as part of the game weren't available for years anywhere else, and sometimes even like a decade before they became normalized. It had real-time lighting, real-time sound, both of which mattered for the gameplay. It had a host of different monsters. It had all sorts of different inventory items that you could have, and those mattered for the gameplay. It had a heartbeat to indicate your health level, so it didn't use numbers, it didn't use graphs or something like that. It just had a thunk, thunk, thunk in the background to tell you how your body was feeling. It had this great vibe of feeling like you were trapped in a dungeon and you had to survive your way out, and it was scary. People would actually like freak out and have jump scares with it. But here's the amazing thing. all of that real-time stuff, the sound, the video, the real-time lighting, all that different stuff, everything fit in 8K. 8K of code and data, and that produced all of that. 5 levels of dungeon, it was just, I think, the pinnacle of constrained coding for games. Like, if you want to see what a game can be that's written in 8K, this is it. They eventually ported this, by the way, years and years later to Linux, but they did it by converting it to C code, and of course it expands a whole bunch. But the original code for the 8-bit processor was just 8K. So after that, I saw this game. This one is Prince of Persia. Here's the DOS version, because it shows up a little bit cleaner. The original was Apple II, and that's actually the one that I saw when I was a kid. It just doesn't show up as well on this screen. But it was a perfect example of how you didn't have to animate the entire screen. You didn't have to have a lot of colors. What you did with it was what mattered, like how you used the pixels that you could control, having movements that seemed to make sense as people would sway and drift and flick a sword or jump and try to catch themselves. All of these things were amazing. So it was clear that you didn't have to have amazing graphics. If you took care in how you used the pixels that you had, you could make an amazing game. Over the years, I spent time trying to learn how different games worked. I tried to make graphics. I did all sorts of things where I was playing around with different models. This is a Doom level viewer. Those of you who are looking really carefully can see the black cracks in the ceiling and floor. That's actually part of the WAD file format. It took advantage of what is essentially a bug in the base renderer in order to save some space. If you actually display exactly what is in the WAD file, you see these cracks. Anybody who these days is using them seals them up. There's various algorithms for doing so, but at the time I wasn't bothering. So I spent a lot of time practicing graphics and learning stuff, and every time something new came out, every time new shaders existed, every time a GPU, when that came out and when it could do new things, I wanted to find out about it. This is a portion of one of the shelves of graphics books that I have. I clearly had quite a habit for them, and I just wanted to learn everything there was, and I thought it was the greatest thing, and all the stuff that you could do when you had OpenGL available on the desktop was just amazing. But when you look at some of the stuff that's on here, if you look at the cover of this one, this is showing realistic hair and skin and lighting. This one is showing, you can barely see it, but it's showing skin doing the right things with red light and green light and stuff. Those require a lot of content. They require a team of people who are artists who are preparing all these things, and millions of dollars to do something that is really cool. If you see a AAA game, that's not one guy in a garage. That's a lot of people, hundreds of people, producing vast amounts of content over years. Totally unfriendly to somebody who wanted to just make something cool on their own. So I learned a lot about how to do graphics, but I couldn't do that as my hobby. It just was too expensive and required too many people to do it. But these games, the ones that had inspired me in my youth, and by the way, that one in the lower right is Robotron 2084, which is a blast on the original arcade cabinet. You actually have to have the correct joysticks for it, otherwise it's not nearly as fun, but let me tell you, it's a blast. But each of these things, each of these inspiring games, from Angband to Zork, are the kind of things that I really wanted to be able to do more of. And they can be done by one person or a couple people working together. It takes a small team. It doesn't take 100 people or 200 people. So, meanwhile, while I was going through this sort of journey of getting more and more into graphics and then going a little retro, I was also going on a different journey. This one was starting with learning Perl 4. So this was back in the mid 90s when Perl 4.036 was the standard. And it's what I initially learned on. Eventually I moved to Perl 5, but I spent a lot of time with this and doing a lot of my programming in Perl. In fact, this Doom level viewer that I showed you earlier, that was written in Perl. It's almost impossible to see, but if you look down here in the corner, it says that the frames per second, 272 FPS displaying this. So if you are being told that something like Perl isn't going to be fast enough for games, well, I haven't seen a monitor that can do that, or at least not until just in the last year or so. While I was learning all of this stuff with Perl and eventually getting kind of tired of some of the stuff that Perl didn't do so well, some of the rough edges, this person was starting the campaigns to make Rakudo. Not Rakudo as it is now, but what was in the beginning, Perl 6, was running on something called Pugs. So the path was started as Audrey Tang, this person, was teaching us about OFun, which is to say optimizing for fun, about radical commit trust, and about how to make a Perl 6 compiler in Haskell, and doing it as sort of a study in type systems, because Perl 6, now Raku, has a very interesting type system, and Audrey wanted to understand that. By the way, if you ever get the chance, look this person up. Audrey Tang is a very interesting person with an interesting life, so worth a look. In any case, after Pugs, eventually there came Rakudo. Rakudo was a complete rewrite on top of, at the time, the Parrot virtual machine, and eventually the MoreVM virtual machine. But I was really interested in seeing, this was when I was sort of working my way up in the graphics world, and there was getting to be enough in the Rakudo times to start doing some of that graphic stuff in Raku. And so I built OpenGL bindings for the Parrot virtual machine so that you could do that from within Raku. I did some little demos. Pretty soon I was doing everything in our favorite butterfly. Here's an example of one of those demos. This is a stress test of the OpenGL bindings. It's showing a whole bunch of particle effects and some height fields and some texture mapping and some tessellated figures and so on and so forth. It's only getting like 17 frames a second, but you know what? It's actually not that bad, given that it was a stress test and that it was for a very early version of Rakudo. The thing is, nowadays, you can do this. So this is all text. This is what Unicode can give us today. So I can do something without having to have advanced graphics. I can have something that still looks cool, but it is using Unicode glyphs. It's using an emoji font. It's using various special characters that allow it to look like it's got checkboxes and all sorts of different stuff. This is actually a working thing. This is a demo that I did for myself when I was testing out an interface that could be used for simple, sort of intuitive character design for role-playing games, where it's just like, oh, I want to make it a little bit harder, I want a balanced character, I want them to have some starting skills, and boom, it's ready to go. So in order to turn that thing, that little demo, into something that you can actually play, I needed to start working on terminal stuff. This is the terminal namespace, right? Aha! This beautiful terminal namespace, which is actually all of these modules. Terminal ANSI color, text mescutils, which I know doesn't fit the namespace, but it's actually key for some of the later stuff in there, so I'll explain how it fits in. quick charts for doing exactly what it sounds like, terminal print, terminal ANSI parser, line editor, and eventually a widget library. So the first one here is terminal ANSI color. I didn't start this. This was actually Tajik's project. He did the initial version, which worked with the basic ANSI SGR set graphics rendition codes that were standardized back in the old VT days. And so you have a bold, italic, inverse underline. You've got, basic rainbow of colors. But it was pretty simple stuff. Really useful for doing basic stuff, but it didn't have much control over modern color schemes. I knew that terminals could handle more colors than that, so I added support for 256 colors and then eventually 24-bit color. So now you could do that. Now, like, you had full control of all the colors available on modern, Xterm or terminal. The next piece was text misutils. This was just a collection of the various utilities that I'd done that kind of helped me to do things like, English stuff and layouts and stuff. It's split into two pieces. There's text misutils English, which does things like ordinal names and pluralization and just some basic stuff to make it easier to work with the gross English language. But the key thing here is text misutils layout. This one does duo spacing, wrapping, justifying, columnating. So the duo spacing is kind of the key thing, the enabler for all of the other stuff. In fact, the line wrapper and the justifier and the columnator and stuff, they are all based on the duo spacing engine, which is relatively simple. It just understands which characters in Unicode are to be drawn narrow and which ones are to be drawn wide. So wide ones are exactly twice as wide as the narrow ones when you're using a so-called monospace font, which is why I call it duo spacing, because it's two different widths that you can have there. But all of that stuff knows about what Unicode wants to do. It knows a little bit about how Unicode understands context, and it allows you to get the layout right. So just with Tajik's ANSI color and with text misutils layout, I could do this. This is a comparison of different character sheets from a homebrew game system that I invented. This has a basic guard, a guard sergeant, a guard captain, and it helped me to compare them column by column next to each other to see how power levels worked, whether I was getting the things that I wanted, whether it was too much information. Like this particular version of it, I kind of went, the detail is great for people who like really complex role-playing games, but probably it's a bit too much for somebody who just wants to kind of get going with that intuitive format that I was dealing with earlier. So it allowed me to see what it would be like to create these characters and to figure out what power levels would end up being and so on and so forth. So that's a lot of power right there, but that's just sort of a static view. It doesn't show all the things that you might do to have an actual interactive game. Okay, so what's next? Well, here I need to take a little step off to the side, because it turns out that in building some of these things, I kind of needed some ability to do charts. I needed to be able to visualize what's going on, like performance data and stuff. Now, you can do something like this. This is what you might call asterisk plotting. It's really easy. You can see there's just a single line of code in the REPL doing plotting a function, and it's doing it by just putting spaces with an asterisk at the end and sort of laying it out like that. Problem is, there's not very much information density here, right? We've only got a few random samples. It's not really clear. It's not pretty either, but it can get you through when you just need a little something. But I wanted to do better, so I started making a chart library. And I started off with stuff like bar charts, stacked and grouped and so on and so forth. And you may not be able to see immediately, but just visible is the fact that this line and this line don't actually match up exactly with the edges of the characters above. That's because I'm using the Unicode 8th block glyphs that allow you to get very much more precise, down to a pixel or two of difference between exactly where the end of the bar charts are, so you can get very accurate information. I also needed to be able to look at how the game engine was performing. What are the frame times for individual games? And for this, I'm using the 8th blocks vertically rather than the horizontal ones. And in this case, getting detail down to a millisecond or two in the frame times that I'm seeing. This happens to be fake data. This comes from an example, but it gives you an example of what it may look like if you have problems with GC management. So every so often you have a giant GC run, and that will cause these spikes in the frame time. So this allows you to see problems like that, or to see that, in certain cases you get generally much worse performance, and so you'll see sort of the whole graph rise up for dozens or hundreds of frames, and then it will settle back down again. But this gave me percentiles, it gave me quick glanceability, it was really useful. This is for when you have a lot more data than that. Rather than a few dozen frames, you've got hundreds or thousands of data points. You don't know what the total range is, you don't know what your domain is, you don't know how many points you're going to get. You just want to throw the data at it, have it make a guess, and throw you up a chart. In this case, what you're looking at here is the timings from a certain benchmark performance test for CSV parsing over time. And as you can see, back in 2017 and into 2018, we were going through a phase of just sort of continuous improvement of the engine and figuring out how to make Rakudo faster. In 2019, that sort of settled down, but we needed to get sort of more control so it was more even. We got to a stage where the performance was pretty stable. There was a short period where we lost that stability, and then we got it back, and we got to this sort of bright white-yellow line that's almost perfectly stable performance. It degraded a little bit, got a little bit more variable. People took some time out and started speeding the thing up again, and so we ended up getting, setting some records in 2022 in terms of our performance there. But this was all just like, take all this data, throw it at the engine, have it make a smoke chart, and there you go. Okay, that's all static stuff. Now I want to be able to do something a little more interactive. So Terminal Print, which was another project that had been started by somebody else, in this case Abstract, he had created something that was a grid representation of the screen where you control every cell about what glyphs it contained and what its color attributes were, and so on and so forth. So this is really cool. You can, create some cool looking thing. It's got borders. It's got, pixels. The Unicode half-code blocks, half-height blocks, which gives you this ability to make these sort of like super pixels. That's great and all, but I wanted this. I wanted interactivity. This is actually a real thing. I added animation to the terminal print system and some basic interactivity and the ability to read input codes. I actually play this on a regular basis. This is one of those little things. It's like, it's so satisfying being able to play your own Twitch game that you wrote yourself. I mean, yes, it's a clone. It's the classic falling block game, but it's just kind of feels good to play the game that you coded yourself and pass the time that way. Now, on a sort of more static scale, or maybe just more for beauty, I also used it for this. This is looking into the Mandelbrot sets. You can look at various fractals, you can have bright colors, you can do all that sort of stuff. I cheated a little bit. If you notice up in the corner here, this tiny little thing is the terminal menu. What I did here is I increased the window size to be gigantic and the font size to be tiny, and that allowed to get me down to almost the pixel level so that I could get a lot more precision in the picture. But that's actually how I do it. When I want to look at, somewhere deep into some fractal, that's how I do it. I get the tiny font in the giant window, and I use terminal print to produce the fractal. So, if you want things that are moving and you want to be able to do animations of like video game effects, you can do that in terminal print as well. I added pixel effects and particle systems. Here you see an expanding wavefront, and dragon breath, and a lightning bolt frozen in action, and a solar beam, and an ice cone, and an expanding fragmentary explosion. Those numbers in the corner of the explosion and the dragon's breath are the number of currently active particles because it's being simulated in real time as a particle system. With those things, I was able to sort of make a demo of what a role-playing game user interface might look like. So this is actually a real demo that comes with terminal print. It shows you walking around, finding a dragon, and fighting the dragon. It's all demoware. There's no real deep engine behind it, but there are a few things that it does, and it does animation, and it does lighting, and so on. Actually, it's not too bad, given that it's just demoware. There's inputs available through terminal print. This is raw input, so you're actually seeing the bytes that are produced in the escape codes representing the cursor keys and so on and so forth. You can have it decode that. Here's a decoded input with getting focus in and getting button presses on the mouse and doing cursor keys and backspace and eventually hitting Q to exit the program. But I wasn't doing it quite right. So I needed to actually do a better job of this because, interestingly enough, even though you can get the input and you can do the output, you can do the animation, they weren't synced together in a way that would allow you to query the terminal. So you couldn't ask it how big it was. You couldn't ask it what colors were available. In order to get that queryable functionality, I actually had to get the VT protocol correct. I had to build this thing. This is a parser state machine for the VT500 series, but if you're thinking of like VT100, VT220, the 500 was just several generations later, but it is a superset of the others. So if you build this, then you can emulate any of the VT things, at least how they respond to errors, how they respond to control codes, all that sort of stuff. So I implemented this thing in a not terribly big module. It's got a really tiny interface. The only thing that actually makes this several lines here is that I offer two different variations of the interface. So here you can make an ANSI parser that when it emits an item, it just pushes that item onto an array so that it can be investigated later, and you walk through the input buffer, telling it to parse these things. So you can parse it as code points, Unicode code points, or you can parse it as raw bytes. And the reason for both of those is that the VT spec says that you have to respond to the control codes and escape codes immediately. If you are trying to parse the raw byte stream that is actually UTF-8, what you'll get is some of those continuation bytes in the UTF-8 will be read as control codes, and so it will respond by changing state rather than by completing the UTF-8. So you can instead pre-decode the UTF-8 and just send code points in, and it will properly deal with those and do the right thing. I keep the version that has just the raw byte stream around if you want to be able to simulate the exact behavior of pre-Unicode terminals. So once I had that, I could then say, okay, now that I'm parsing this correctly and I can do queries of the terminal and stuff like that, now I can actually build a line editor, which is great because what I had available to me before was line noise, and I hate line noise. It doesn't handle Unicode properly. It doesn't handle being in a place different than it expects. It can't handle escape codes embedded in the prompt, which means you can't get color in the prompt. You can't do a colored background. Like it had more limitations than I would want. So I wanted to build a better replacement. So here it is. You can see that it's colored. It's properly handling a heart emoji. It's doing all of the things that I had wanted it to do. You can even use it as the default line editor for Rakudo. Here I've shown an example that it is a scrolling line editor, which means that if you have a very long input string, it just sort of adds markers on one end and the other, indicating that you can scroll this thing and be able to handle essentially an infinitely long line input without having to scroll the entire screen. So it also handles password masking. It handles all of the usual control codes that you would expect to be available to you on any standard terminal interface, any shell. It is built in a set of layers. It starts at the bottom with the editable buffer, which is a role that is necessary for just about any kind of editable buffer. But then it specializes into a single line text buffer. It knows the basics of how to do undo, redo, replace, insert, delete, so on and so forth, all as atomic operations. Building up from that, you can say that there are cursors that view into that single line of text. You can say, okay, I've got a text buffer that has several cursors, and when you delete something, the cursors should move appropriately, or when you insert in between two cursors, they should move farther apart, just doing all the right stuff there. So then you can say, okay, well, I want to make a real input field. It's not just a buffer, an abstract. I want to actually have an input field, and I want that to be scrolling. And I wanted to understand ANSI codes and be able to draw on the screen using an ANSI terminal interface. And then finally, at the top level, I want to have something that is just a basic CLI input. I want to be able to say prompt and get it. Like, I want it to do the thing. I don't want to have to care about how to do tab completion. I don't want to have to think about how to do undo, redo. I just want it to magically work and be as simple as possible, and that's what you get with the CLI. So with that, I had an interest in going, okay, like I've got an input widget, essentially, but it only works in a basic CLI, and I've done this work on terminal print, which means I've got full screen TUI stuff. I want to be able to merge these concepts together, and I had some requirements. I wanted it to be low latency, visually smooth updates, things just sort of look like they're doing the right thing faster than the eye can follow, if possible. I wanted it to be live resizable windows that have automatic constraint-driven layout. So you can say, okay, this thing has to be at least this wide and no more than this tall, and I want you to minimize the amount of space that it's using for this, and lay out a tree of widgets and have that automatically be laid out and drawn whenever you resize, whenever the screen updates, whenever a widget updates, it just automatically does the thing. I wanted support for forms and graphs and custom widgets. And I wanted it to be easy to understand, a familiar programming model, something that you could make use of without having to like learn an incredibly new way of doing it. And it certainly wasn't the time to invent a new way to do interfaces. So I use basic things like, you know, the CSS box model to understand what the shape of things is and how much padding and stuff you've got in them. I use relatively simple builder semantics. I wanted to make the easy things easy and the hard things possible. So I managed to get the very first version of this out, and I mean 0.0.1, last month, back in July. It's really early. It's there, but it's really early. And I'm adding stuff to it as I get time. Here you can see an example of a form test. It says, you got some checkboxes, you got some radio buttons. Yes, they do the right thing. So if you click one, then the other ones undo. You have the text input. You have a button there that is currently active. That's the show state button, where you click on that and it fills a log with information about the current state of the form itself, so you can see which fields are enabled, what their value is, true or false, or the contents of the text field, or whatever. You can see down here that this button is active. That is the show state button, so it's active at the moment that you press it, and it's actually aware of its own activity state. So all of that stuff just kind of does the right thing. And the code to do that isn't all that bad, right? Like, you just load terminal widget simple, you declare that you want your form to be a top level, meaning it controls the entire screen. You say, all right, my initial layout for this thing is going to be built with a couple checkboxes, a couple radio buttons, text input, a node that changes the direction of layout. So in this case, it's saying I want the buttons for show state and quit to be next to each other rather than above each other. Having the show state, when it processes its input, it just calls a show state method locally. The quit button just calls terminal quit, because the terminal is in control of the I/O. So the terminal object that every top level knows about, every top level knows its terminal. The terminal can say, like, all right, I'm shutting down I/O now, and that will quit the app cleanly. I can put dividing lines in, I can have the log viewer, I can set styles. All of the stuff is relatively simple. But you can still do interesting stuff with it. In this case, here is a UI that is doing a work log for like consultants or lawyers or something like that. In this case, I did a mad scientist. The mad scientist here is about to use the UI to transfer some time from his unsorted field down to his nuclear stink bomb job, where he has spent over a week, over 3 days of time just trying to build his nuclear stink bomb. I think he probably should have spent some more time on sharks with lasers, but what are you going to do? It keeps track of giving you hints based on the state of what you're doing, allows you to enter things into the field, say I'm going to transfer 0.1 hours from here to here. All the stuff just kind of does the right thing. But here's the cool thing. Here's the interactive version. It's now a little bit nicer looking. It's got a compass rose in the corner. It's got some new status icons, a little cleaner otherwise. It's got an input line. Here is the entry to a new dungeon level. Person's carrying a torch in front of them, so they're casting their own shadow behind them. But of course, if they turn around, they can see everything. It'll remember what you've already seen. You can walk around. You can even use the compass rose with mouse clicks if you'd like. You can go into another room and you'll see the shadows are cast reasonably in behind each one of these blocks as areas that you still can't see yet. You can look around using mouse, keyboard, whatever. You can look at what your characters are holding on to. Here you can see the rogue with just the silent leather and the throwing dagger, and hide that. You can say, okay, it's time to enter some commands, so I'm going to do this. Right now it's entering commands for anybody in the party. It's sort of generic stuff, but if you click on an individual one, you'll be able to not only see what they have and what they're capable of, but the input line has changed as well to prompt you that this is going to be active for Fennec or for Galtar or whatever. If you close this up again, it goes back to just doing the usual thing. It's just going to be acting for the entire party. You can say, all right, I want to go back into exploration mode. and now the keyboard and mouse are doing what they have been doing before. You can see that the lighting carries itself into the tunnel and then expands as soon as you get out of the tunnel. It's actually pretty much got all the things that you might want. So, okay, now what? Well, onward. I've been working for quite a while on a concept called MUGS, Multi-User Gaming Services. It's got an organization on GitHub, so github.com/raku-mugs. It is a system to allow people to play games with each other where they don't have to be using the same kind of user interface. They don't have to be speaking the same language. They don't have to be on the same continent. They don't have to be basically, like, it doesn't matter if you have a disability, it doesn't matter who you are or what you want to do. Two people or multiple people, groups of people can play games together. Now that I have all of this terminal stuff being able to do interactive UI, I can add this as one of the user interfaces. So there had been a stub before in MUGS, a stub of what a terminal UI might look like, and it just played that rock falling game and nothing else. But now I'll be able to make all the games that I want to play available as terminal games as well. And with that, thank you, and have a great day, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference, and I will talk to you again soon, I hope.
Thanks, Liz. I did what you suggested and put installed and uninstalled them.
Actually, there's an environment variable I found out just by looking at the Rakudo source code.
Yeah, but I couldn't find that. But just installing and uninstalling was. I got the very long line things that I was wanting. So at least I know I've got that. That was, yeah. I think it's a sign of success that if at least one person in the audience installs a new module then to use for. That's great. I'm not sure how I'm going to use all of the other stuff there. I mean, it looked intriguing, but I'm not sure I can use it.
Yeah, that's life. But if there's some people that use it, that will be good. Okay, I guess we're ready for Vadim to kick in.
Am I being heard actually? Okay, sharing. Please confirm that I can be heard clearly. Where is my window? Come on.
I can hear you.
That's great. Okay, now is my desktop visible? Because I don't.
Oh, just you.
I don't. Strange, I don't see the window. I wanted to share the window in particular, but okay. I probably wouldn't be able to see some of. Oh no, chat is here. Okay. So it's so much to say and so little time for that. So let's a quote from famous movie. Okay, ramblers, let's go rambling. First of all, let me define the scope of this talk. Many misunderstandings come from unclear definition of terms, subjects, whatsoever. Of course, I'm not going to talk about procrastination. No way. And it doesn't work as I expected it. Okay, now it does. Instead, of course, I'm going to speak about lazy actions. And lazy actions are those which cannot take place until really requested, or they might be not done whatsoever if not requested. And actually, well, after all, I'm speaking about procrastination here. But more particular
Adam,
is the case.
We cannot see your screen.
You cannot see it. Okay. My apologies. Come on, we needed some kind of rehearsal. Stop, share. Can you see it now?
Yes, can see a screen now.
Okay, the presentation is visible, right?
Good now.
The scope and two bullet items, are they there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry for that. Well, then you haven't seen the title page, I guess. Like this. Anyway, skip this one. Sorry for that technical issue, and back again on the track. I'm going to discuss lazy attributes, a particular case of laziness. A lazy attribute in my definition is the one which takes its value when the value is being read for the first time. Until then, it remains in undefined state, which is in a way reminds me about quantum physics. What's the purpose of laziness? Again, it's my view, you may not share it, but again, it's about better code quality, because Laziness often allows to itemize initialization tasks, split it into smaller chunks, and when you have a smaller chunk, it's better manageable. For interactive applications, responsiveness could be improved because if you don't do extra drop, which is not currently necessary, it often means less waiting time for a user. And auto-resolve dependencies, this one needs a little bit more work, so it's going to be discussed a little bit later. Basic example where we normally start without laziness. Let's say we have an application which outputs something to in some kind of text information. It could output either to a file or to a console. And depending on where the standard output is attached to, it chooses between colorful or monochrome theme. So when we do instant initialization, what we have, say attributes need to be computed before they're set. Then that means we have our construction method tweak, and there we do the job. We check out if console attribute has been set already, because when we create an instance of our application class, we can pass console as a named argument and initialize it earlier. A user can do it. So we check out if it's been initialized already. If it doesn't, we check out if our output is a terminal. And depending on the value in console, we choose one theme or another. Now it's just 2 attributes. Just imagine many of them. Some applications may have like tens of attributes, and many of them are to be calculated in one way or another. So you need to manage it somehow. And if there are complex dependencies between them, you have additional conditions and so on, so on, so on. So it might turn into somewhat convoluted construction method. Another problem here, potential problem, we would like our application to be configurable, and user preferences, we want to keep them on a server, and we fetch them from the server, but we do it unconditionally. We do it instantly at the construction time, and who knows where the server is located, and how much time, what is the delay, what is the latency, how long a user would wait. Now, let's say something goes wrong, and there is an error, and application needs to report this error. And before that, there is no need for user preferences, but the user would still have to wait until they're fetched. That's not right. And of course, sooner or later, almost everybody comes down to laziness. And normally here, what we start with. That's the basics. We have an attribute, and if it's not set yet, we see if it's defined or not defined, and we set it, depending on that. In order to implement that, of course, we make it a private attribute, and we manually create an accessor method for that. So far, so good. You see, the attribute is untyped. What if we want it to be a definite? Because we want to prevent some kind of errors related to that. We're in trouble because the compiler is going to complain about it. Well, there is no solution to this. We either need is required trait or we need some kind of initializer. That I'll get back to later. And for now, okay, we're happy because we use just a simple constant. What if it's not that simple? We need to compute it somehow. The method turns out to something like that. I mean, it could be or defined with do statement or whatever, but the idea behind it is still the same. If it's not defined, compute it and don't forget to assign it back to the attribute. Well, we can win it down back to the original by extracting the computational part into a dedicated method, but then we have 2 methods. And the more attributes we have, the more methods we have as well. We have to write them manually each time. We get a boilerplate. Next case, the attribute could not only be a defined value. We may need it to hold some kind of a type object. For whatever reason, for example, we need to know what kind of plugin I'm going to use. And then with that plugin, we're going to initialize it, instantiate it, whatever. We need a trick to get around this because or-defined doesn't work here. One way, for example, is like that, to specify a default value of nil, and we check for the default value. But what if nil is valid value as well? For whatever reason, it might be. We would need another trick here. Probably more complex, depends. But again, we get another boilerplate and we get another kind of attribute to deal with. Next thing, okay, let's say that it's not a class, but a roles. I forgot to adjust the slide for that, but anyway, let's say that C is a role which is going to be consumed, in which case the class which is going to consume it, it has direct access to this private attribute, and that class would need to decide what to do depending on whether this attribute has been initialized or hasn't yet. I mean, like to find out whether it's been set already. Fine, if it's defined and defined, no problem. But since it holds an undefined object, we need to know the internal implementation of the role to deal with that. That's a bad idea. We need another kind of method, which I once seen a definition of a predicate kind of method, has full, which hides the implementation detail and provides the user with information about that. But again, we get another kind of method, a third kind of method, and it's another boilerplate here. We have to write it for each attribute, which we may need to report back its status back to the user. So to sum it all up, we have different conditions, we have different requirements. For each requirement, for each condition, we have different solutions, we have different boilerplates, we have to manage them, we have to remember to write them, and so on, so on, so on. Worst of it is that sometimes it's about some tricks necessary, which is never a good thing. A trick usually means some kind of hack. Hack is, well, it's okay if you hide it inside. If you hide it in some code which is not visible outside, and you can easily manage it. But outside, you get some public API which is clear, readable, and apparent, preferably. That's where I came up with Aterix Muish module. As the name suggests, it was at the time I was transitioning from Perl to Perl 6 back then, as you remember. The thing was called Perl 6. And I was very much used to Mu module. I used it a lot, and I got very much used to lazy attributes as they were implemented in Mu. And it was pretty much a disappointment when I found out that we don't have lazy attributes in Perl 6. I made a proposal to introduce them. It wasn't accepted reasonably. It makes full sense. So that was my first published Perl 6 module, and I'm still terrified by some parts of the code of this module. But anyway, you know, we all evolve over the time. We get better, we learn something, and when we look back, many things we would have done differently. So I look back and I redo some things. Yet, if you look at the Aterix Muish inside to learn something, better remember that those are just, you know, ideas. Do it differently. Basically, the most common use of the module is like this. You apply a trait, Muish, to an attribute, and you use a couple of options to tell what kind of attribute is it going to be. Lazy is the most common one. I don't make it default because there are other ways to use the module. So you need to use lazy explicitly. Besides, it helps a lot with reading the code because you don't have to guess What is it all about? The module expects you to provide one method named after the attribute with build prefix, build dash prefix prepended. That's your construction method for this attribute, initializer, builder method, call it whatever. If you want a different method name, no problem, you can specify it, like here, get a num. The idea is that the same method can be used as public API. There are other ways to define those methods. It's going to be there. So when you have a class like this, and you create an instance of this class, your attribute is not initialized, your code initializer is not invoked until the attribute is read. Like the 2 lines below, the first instantiation got full initialized, but bar remains uninitialized, and vice versa. Also, look at the type definition. I mangle with build plan actually, and I allow definite types without initializers or is required trait. Helps a lot. Type checking is there, don't worry. I mean, you wouldn't be able to return an undefined value from your builder method. It wouldn't work. Remember, I was mentioning dependencies. Normally in flat code, you would manage them with conditions. You're gonna check something, you're gonna have all those if else trees, maybe nested in some cases, whatever. It's without X mush, you just use your attributes. Everything else happens automatically because it's about laziness. For example, we get back to our application and we re-implement it in a different way. We still have user preferences. Okay, I changed the name to user config, but it's the same thing. We have isConsole attribute. We have 2 themes, colorful and monochrome, and we have actual color map, which we're gonna use when we output something. Say we ask for the color map attribute. What's going on then? You see, it checks out if it's a console we attach to, and depending on that, it chooses either colorful or monochrome. IsConsole is not initialized yet. So build isConsole method is called, and it gets its value from somewhere. If you initialize, if you set the attribute when you create an instance of the class, then build isConsole would not be invoked because the attribute is having a value already. Then, depending on the value in isConsole, you choose either colorful or monochrome attribute. And then you see I specified that I want to use get color map method as the builder method. And I want it to be an API method at the same time. What happens here? HRX not just invoke the method, builder method, but it also supplies a couple of named attributes. You can find more in the documentation. But in our case, the one we need is the actual attribute name based in attribute named. And depending on that value, I strip off the first 2, the sigil and twiggle. I get some final definition, and I request user config for a value for a specific color map, which I'm gonna use as a theme. At this point, user config wasn't loaded, and it's only then when user config get actually fetched from whatever source it is. It could be a server. We don't know. But it's only then when things happens. Otherwise, if you use it as an API method, we just supply color map name, and again, we go to user config and we fetch it. But you can use the same method for different purposes. It just works. Sometimes it might be helpful. What's interesting here? You did nothing to manage the dependencies. Just nothing. It just works. All you need is a value and you need to check out that value and make your decisions based on that. How everything else is handled, it's not your business. You don't worry about that. Remember I was saying, what if an error happens? In this case, color map is not requested. User config is never loaded. We don't waste time on all this if it's not necessary. We just print an error and die. That's it. About the same happens when we don't use other themes. For example, we attach to the console. To a console, we use colorful attribute. Monochrome stays uninitialized. We didn't waste our time on initializing it. Speaking about the configuration, again, as I said, we don't care where we get the configuration from. So let's say we want some kind of config manager which would take care of those matters. It would decide where the configuration is to be fetched from. For that matter, we use the undefined value in an attribute, config handler. That value we're going to use to actually create an instance of configuration handler, which is going to actually do the job for us. What's interesting here? First of all, a new option predicate. If you specify this option, the iterxmush module installs an additional has method for you. Another interesting thing is that it's not a public API thing how we handle the configuration, the handler itself. So the attribute is private. And every method which is related to this attribute, would it be initializer or the predicate method, they're both private. The builder is expected to be a private method. The predicate is installed as a private method. So that there is no way this API is gonna be published by accident. If it's private, it stays private. For user config, why we need the predicate? Let's say within the role, we don't want to accidentally initialize the handler. It's up to the consuming class to set it up properly. So what if it's not initialized? We just skip using this attribute and we create some kind of default handler and use it. But say this happened and later the handler has been initialized by the consuming class. So we need a new configuration at that point because handler has changed and the source of configuration is going to be different. For that, I use a clear option. It installs another clearing method, which resets a modified, I use this term modification, a modified attribute to its uninitialized state. So then next time after setting up a handler, you reset this user config, and when you refer to it, it gets a new value with the help of the handler. Configuration is updated and we can walk further. Again, it simplifies things a lot. You just know that the value in that attribute is obsolete, get rid of it. And another big feature of iterxmush, I would change the order of the slide, filters and triggers, because that's the order in which they are getting involved. Hopefully names are safe defining. A filter is a method, a piece of code, a method, which takes a value before it makes it to the attribute itself, does something to it if necessary, or doesn't do, whatever, and whatever is returned from the filter is then used as the actual value. A trigger is a post condition. A filter is a precondition, and a trigger is a post condition. A trigger is invoked when the value is already assigned to the value to the attribute. And here we go. Sorry, This is pretty dense code. Hopefully that's okay, because I'm going to use it to show how dependencies are resolved with triggers and filters as well, and laziness when it's all put together. Again, same as for other options where method names are involved, you can define your own name for a method. So for filter, I use absolutizing method, which can also be used as a public API. What it does, it resolves paths, makes it absolute, and so it basically normalizes the path for later use. Good. So we are back on track to our configuration. We reconsider it a little bit. First of all, let's say I want to use some kind of templates. So how does it work? We create a configuration instance and we ask for index template. Nothing is initialized yet. Everything is empty. So the attribute templates gets built. To do so, sorry, the purpose of the attributes, because otherwise it's all unclear. Base path is expected to be the top level directory where all application files are being kept, and template path is expected to be related to the base path, and this is where template files are stored. Good. So build templates needs template path. To do the template path is not built as well, so we get to build template path method, but it needs base path for that matter. We get to build base path where we finally get some value. At this point, we get the first filter involved. Because depending on how our application has been started, program may contain full paths, partial paths, related paths, whatever. We don't know. So we need to absolutize it. When filter is done, the value is passed, is stored into the attribute base path, and the control is given to the trigger. The trigger makes sure that path has changed. And to know this, it gets a named attribute named old value. So the first positional is the value which was stored into the attribute, and the named old value, because it's not always you need it, so you can omit it, this parameter. And if the path has been changed, trigger clears template path and templates attributes, because it knows that they're going to be changed. Most likely they're going to be changed. So at this point, this action is redundant, but it's not always like that. And also I shall note that this works only with the latest version of iterxmuish, because there was a restriction on where clear method can be invoked. It wasn't possible to call it while an attribute is being built yet. So now it's possible. We are done with base path. We get back to build template path. Again, we get a value for it. And again, we filter that value. It's stored back into template path. Its own trigger gets invoked, which also makes sure that path has been changed. And if it has, it also clears templates against the redundancy node. And now we are done. We have templates. And by looking at this, you can say that what we have here, it's a clear state meshing where we did nothing to implement it. Again, things just happen. Whatever is the level of complication, it just happens. Good. What if we change the base path? I assume that the environment variable has some different value. At this point, the entry point changes. Now the first entry point is the filter method, and then it's the trigger. And currently we have template path and templates set. So path has changed, they both get reset to the initial value. Nothing else has been done here. If you're going to work with other attributes of the configuration, with other configuration values, until you request your templates, nothing happens. Time is not wasted until it's really necessary. I mean, I do repeat it once in a while, but it's really important part of it all. And so when we eventually need our templates, again, we build template paths because they both has been reset, filter, trigger, and the final value. And we are done. And you see, path has changed. It's now different sequence of events. But again, you did nothing to change it. It's been done for you. All you need is just define different states and your actions in those states. I think it's great. I use it everywhere. The only thing is that I had some application for triggers and filters a while ago, but since then, I somehow shifted towards different approaches. I now, instead of using rate table attributes, I'm more inclined to use setting methods. But otherwise, little changes here, because you can as well assign to a private attribute, and it's going to be working. And the last feature, it's not the most important, but it's fun to have, aliasing. If you want to use different names for your attribute, you just can alias it. You can use one alias, several aliases, whatever. What happens here is accessor method has different, gets different name. I mean, 2 additional accessor methods are installed. Predicates and clears get different name. The builder remains the same. You have always used the original name with the builder. And actually, the option itself has aliases as well, depending on the semantics you want from it, whether it's about using the attribute under different naming, or it's only about initializing it, or single or multiple, whatever. And that's how it works. I mean, you can see you initialize it under B, predicate, use predicate under foo, read as A, then clear B, then read from foo, and it all works. Just convenience. Now, of course, it's not all about the bright side only, apparently. There are things to consider. First of all, the module is very much built into Raku internals. It uses some very specific implementation details like build plan. Normally, it's not a problem because those parts it relies upon, they're very hard to be changed. I mean, changing them would require a lot of efforts and might break a lot of things, but still, there is a chance, there is a possibility. I follow the development, of course. I try to adapt the module when necessary, but so far, the only case when it was necessary, it's when internal numbering of build plan events has been changed. But then again, I done it in a way that the module just checks for compiler version, and it's still compatible with old ones, though I haven't tested it in a while. Need to check it out. Still, it's implementation specific. Okay, Rakuda is currently the only compiler, but even if we get another compiler sometime in the future, I think it would be possible to re-implement the module to support both compilers, because I want it this way. Unfortunately, there is no alternative here because, for example, making definite types possible requires mangling with the build plan. There is no workaround for that. Concurrency or thread safety. Let's get back to the basics. When we create an instance of a class and we initialize attributes of that class, that action happens only once and exactly once in a single thread. There is no way it could happen in multiple threads until you somehow make efforts to do it that way. But okay, that's out of the scope. It's different for lazy attributes, of course. You have an instance, and then you can accidentally read from an attribute in 2 different threads, 3 different threads, whatever. So to make this behavior be no different from the standard one, I guarantee that builder methods, they're concurrent safe, thread safe. A builder would never be invoked twice for initialized uninitialized attribute unless you clear it somewhere in between. So if accidentally 2 builders are invoked simultaneously, 3 builders, whatever, only one of them would actually take place. 2 other threads would just get their value out of the attribute. Clearers, it's a side effect of internal implementation, but clearers are mutually safe as well, though they're not mutually safe with builders. You cannot mix them up. Here is the reason for that. The only warranties I make is the warranties you have for non-modified attributes. In other words, write operations on an attribute, they are not thread safe. If you write to an attribute, make sure you don't create a race condition. From this point of view, resetting an attribute, it's also a write operation because you change a value in it. It might eventually end up with the same value, but in between, you erase that value. Can think of it a little bit like about assigning nil to a container. It's going to be reset to its default value. Am I compatible with other traits? Barely. I don't think so. Except for such core attributes as RW is required, is default. Otherwise, if another trait modifies mangles with the container bound to the attribute or otherwise tries to mangle with attribute behaviors, there are likely to be conflicts. So you can try, you can test, but be careful. I give no promises here. This is a little bit funny thing. It was a surprise to myself, though it's fully logical. When many of you probably know this situation where you have a scalar container and you store an array or a list into that container, and you try to loop over it, and you get exactly one value, the array itself. That's because a loop considers scalar containers, non-iterable containers, as a single value. Proxy container is also a non-iterable container. So it's also considered as a single value. I think it's a bug. I probably should take care of it, but so far, that's where we are. What happens here and how does it affect the code? Here is the thing. A lazy array attribute, we initialize it with, okay, 2 values, whatever. And then we try to loop over it. Keep in mind that here I use it as a private attribute. I refer to it directly to the attribute. I bypass the accessor method. That's important. First of all, I print dot var value, which is actually the container bound to the attribute. As you can see, it's a proxy. That's how the module works. To implement its features, it binds an attribute to a proxy. So we try to loop over that attribute. At this point, it gets initialized. And what we get out of it, out of the loop, we get just single value, as I promised you, an array. We do it again, and this time it works as expected. Because what happens in between? When a lazy attribute is read and built, the module steps aside by unbinding the attribute from the proxy and rebinding it to the actual container which is supposed to be there. From this point on, you use attribute as a normal one. Laziness and is not involved anymore. So we clear it just to see what happens. And when we loop over it, we get an error again. That's because the attribute, after clearing, the attribute gets rebound to a proxy. That's its uninitialized state. How do we get around this? There are 3 ways. First, we can explicitly decontainerize the value. And second, we can explicitly coerce it into a list. This works. This is pretty much common workaround for scalar containers. Or another workaround is actually to use the accessor method, because in this case, the actual initialization of the attribute takes place inside the accessor method, and what gets returned is the actual array. So far, so good. I'm sorry, I'm drinking a lot because I just out of COVID, and one of the side effects is dry mouth. Performance. As I told you, the implementation is done by using a proxy. Hopefully, many of you knows that proxies are known to be rather slow, because it's not just a container where you store a value. You have to get through a number of code calls before the value actually gets where it's supposed to get to. When you create a proxy, you use 2 code objects of your own, one for reading and one for writing, fetch and store. So the initial initialization is pretty much expensive, apparently. But the thing is that it happens exactly once. And when it's done, as I told you, the proxy goes away. Ooh, and we are free. From that moment on, your attribute is just an attribute with all the implications, all the specifics of a normal container. Don't worry about it. I mean, the cost of initialization, most of the time, it's neglectable. Just keep in mind that most of the time it's going to be spending within your initialization, within your build method, especially if it takes a long time. Different case is when you use filters and triggers, because in this case, there is no way to unbind the proxy. The module has to control the flow of data, and the only way to do it is to use a proxy. It has to remain bound to the attribute. And of course, it costs you some CPU cycles, a lot of. That's why, as you remember, the example I used for triggers and filters, it's about a configuration class. Because normally nobody uses a configuration value in a tight loop. It's pretty much bad idea because the value can change in time. You better prefetch it somehow and use that prefetch value. So configuration is not the kind of class where you would suffer from performance losses. So when you use filters and triggers, be warned, they're useful, but this use comes at a price. A special note, again, is when you pass them as attributes somewhere. Because filtering and triggering attributes used as arguments, for example, you use them with a say. A say could read from them up to 4 or 5 times in a row. That's because there are multiple dispatcher involved. There are string-defined methods involved, GIST in particular, and so on, so on, so on, so on. Each thread, its time. And something non-technical, more like logical. Try to avoid unexpected behaviors. Laziness could be surprising. So think careful. For example, a few days ago, I have done a little project, it turned out to be more than a little, but anyway, of modifying libxml module. And the module used global configuration. And it was implemented by a way that when you refer to it as a type object, it uses values kept in local variables. So when you do just config.threshold, you actually get a value from a variable, local variable. The modifications I was doing, they required localized versions of configuration. So I introduced attributes, and I decided that it's going to be a good thing to have them as lazy ones, because if you don't need some value, well, then you don't need it. Good. When it comes to a test where I use some global value, I make sure that the value is as I expected. Then I create a localized copy of the configuration, and it's not used until some point later in some document instance. In the meanwhile, some other test changes the global value, and the test fails. And it fails because the lazy attribute got its value after the global value has been changed. I didn't expect that. I mean, intuitively, when I created a new instance, which I expect to reflect the original global configuration, I expect all the values to be inherited from over there. So I had to rip off all the laziness altogether. So actually, I changed the scheme at all. In general, I switched to using a singleton, but that's a different story. So that's another thing to remember about. And I think I'm done. Thank you very much, everybody. It was my great pleasure. And as all you know, all the war in Ukraine, I'm trying to help some military squad which is fighting near this Mykolaiv city currently. So if you can help me with donations for that squad, I would pretty much appreciate it. This QR code is for my PayPal account. I'm sorry to put it here, but really it's way too important for me. Just to mention it, as long as I was having this talk, I got some news notifications on my phone, and they were about some more rockets landing down in residential area in the city of Mykolaiv. So Ukraine is being destroyed currently, and I'm trying to do whatever I can to prevent it. Thank you very much, everybody. And if you have any questions, you are very welcome. Telegram, IRC. I don't think we have time for leave questions over here. I'm done. Thank you. How do I stop sharing?
It's very counterintuitive. I believe
Okay.
you
I
go
just
to the
did it
top.
here.
Yeah, you got it.
For a moment, I thought that I has been disconnected, and whatever I was saying, it was going to nowhere.
You came through loud and clear.
Thank you.
All right, I think I'm next. I didn't know if we're doing much between them or just go straight in.
Just go. It's
Okay.
tough.
All right. Let's see here. Let me get this playing right here and right window. Okay. So ideally, everybody can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to be talking about making modules. This is actually a talk that I had given previously at the Perl and Raku conference down in Houston, but I think also redoing it, kind of representing it to a purely Raku audience, has some value to it. Because I think one of the very important things that one of the things I find to be very important right now, early in the Raku ecosystem, is I want us to kind of all be kind of trying to make very high quality modules, all kind of trying to follow, certain, I don't want to say standards because, they're Tim Toady, but, so that when people are developing tools like Raku Land and things like that, or when users want to start depending on our modules, that we're actually providing everything that they need. And we're not having these sort of super crazy out there APIs and ways to work with modules. And so I think as those of us who are creating modules, and I know that many of us already do this, think about how we can make our modules better for other people and benefit the whole Raku community. So in this talk, I'd like to start from very beginning to the very end. So we're going to start off with just what is a module? Why do we want them? How can it help other people? How do we use them? How do we share them? And then finally, what is FES?
Sorry to interrupt you, but we don't see actually what you're sharing. It's just white stripe.
Oh, I think it's because I moved the window. Can you see it now?
Yeah, now it's better.
Oh, okay. I moved, dragged the window to my other monitor. Apparently, Zoom did not like that. Noted for future. Anyway, so yeah, this is the organization of the talk here. So first off, what is a module? Well, it's reusable code. It's generally precompiled. Obviously, we have the option, we can say not to precompile it if we want. And it can be as simple as a custom sort routine. In fact, actually, I think Liz has, I'm not going to quite say the monopoly on these sort of very super focused modules to do certain things, but they're really useful when you need them. And you don't want to have to go and repeat code. And she does a really great job of these. But they can also be as complex as like full service web services library, or all sorts of other things. And we've already heard people talk about Red. We also know about Crow, although Jonathan didn't talk about it this time. And so we can have very, very, very complex modules as well. So why would we want them? Well, for the speedy, right? They are pre-compiled. It goes faster, right? But it's also a different type of speed. Yeah, there's the performance benefit, but there's also the programming performance benefit in the sense that you only have to write it once. And why do we want to write things twice, right? This is why most of us go into programming, right? So that we can get stuff done a lot faster, the programmer mentality, engineering mentality. So we have speed things up down the road. Another big advantage of using modules is, yeah, you can use this code across multiple projects, but that also means then that code has hopefully, ideally, been fairly battle tested, right? When you're using a module, or like when you use the built-in date time in Raku, you just can assume that it works and it's going to work correctly because it has been very thoroughly tested, and people have been relying upon it, and you can trust that it's going to continue to work as you expect it to. And so, if you are using somebody's module and that it's been used in lots of other projects, or even in your own projects, and you've given your own testing, then it's it's a lot safer for you. And of course, it makes your code cleaner and more maintainable. You don't have to update code in 10 different places for that custom sort routine that you wanted. You put it in one place and you just use that little use and you're all good to go. And of course, then, like I said, it saves time. And then how can it benefit other people? Well, all of the exact same reasons, right? And so this is why when people are making modules for themselves, it's also a good idea to think how you might be able to benefit other people with your code. And I know sometimes beginners are thinking, well, there's not anything that they can contribute to the ecosystem. How can this benefit others? And I think we've already found, I can't remember who it was, had about like a month or two ago, it just started kind of using Raku and did something with macOS. I can't remember exactly what it was. Anyway, publish it out. It's a great module and it's a really useful one. And so sometimes people can come up with things and then we don't have to repeat it. Don't have to figure those things out. So how we're gonna get into now how we make and use modules. And so we're gonna get into the anatomy of a module, how we deal with exports, how we can give it a little bit of polish. And this is where I'm really talking about things that we want to do, those of us who are really making modules that'll be used by the community, setting up our Meta 6, and handling other sorts of imports when we actually want to use the module. So the anatomy of a module. This is sort of the most important parts that we have in our modules. Sometimes I think it's almost a little bit easier to lay it out like this and just kind of look at each different one, because sometimes that help file just kind of, you scroll down for 3 or 4 pages with the descriptions of it. So we have the Meta 6 file, and this is just literally describes, it's all the metadata, hence it's called meta, right? About our module, tells us everything. Then you've got the lib directory, and this is where we actually put our module file, the actual Raku code that we'll be using. What's interesting is the structure here isn't actually that important if you've set up things properly in the Meta 6 file, which I'm going to get into. And so if you just use like a use lib, then that folder structure is actually important. But you could have it a completely flat file and then have multiple namespaces set up in the Meta 6 file, or vice versa. You could have the Meta 6 be very flat and the actual directory structure fairly hierarchical. Then we have two separate test files. We have T and XT. And this is actually a nice little distinction to have, because when you run the test files in T, when you install a module, when you go in on the command line, you say zef install insert module name, it will run every single test file in T. And sometimes those can take a lot of time, especially if you have a lot of test files, which ideally everybody should have. I'm very guilty of not having them. But if they take a very long time to run, then what you can do instead is take some of those that maybe aren't as necessary for testing for the install purpose, but maybe are more better tests to do for development purposes that are much more detailed or much more extensive, and you can throw those into the XT folder instead. And they won't be run at install time, but they can still be tested by the developer to make sure things are working. And so I kind of skipped those two others. Here we have README, which is, I think, fairly self-explanatory. Most people do this in Markdown because it displays rather nicely in like Raku Land or in GitHub, which is where we were originally hosting a lot of our files for the ecosystem. Then we have the resources folder, and I think this is one that has been fairly misunderstood. I know that Nick has definitely corrected me on this one for how I had been using it, and I've seen a lot of other people have the same issues when they're doing their modules. Resources is just a place to put files that you will need to use at some point in your module's lifecycle, either compile time, because it is put in at compile time, or principally at runtime. But the important thing to remember is these files are not being put in their file structure. And so while they might look like, when you access them with this resources hash, they might look like they're IO objects, and therefore you could potentially ask it for, children files and things like that. They are not installed that way. And so you can't try to traverse any of that directory at all. These really should just be for single named files, and they'll be referenced in the Meta6 file. I actually have a module where I was trying to do some very weird things to, at runtime, determine the contents of the resources folder. It is not designed to do that. And you have to do some really weird things that I'm not entirely certain are future-proofed code to do that. If you potentially have some dynamic-ish content in that resources folder, like I have in a lot of my international modules, like international CLDR, pulls in data from the CLDR project and has a whole list of every single language files, has sort of a data file and a strings file for each one. And each release that I have, those are going to be changing. I don't want to have to go in and modify the Meta6 to do, or in my code or anything like that. So what I do is I have a script, it runs in, it creates a single file that says, hey, here are the languages that we have, and then I can access that one at runtime. And I find that works a lot better. But I wouldn't store other things in there. I used to store some of my tools that I would have, like build tools, other things like that in resources, and the folder is really not designed for that. Then we've got the license. Right, put your text of that license in there. Yes, it's included in your Meta6 file, hopefully, but it's also good to have that. Again, that will be displayed in a lot of different programs like Raku Land or in GitHub, so that people, as they're browsing through, can quickly see which licenses we're using. You have a bin folder. This is used for any kind of binary code that you need. A lot of times when you're doing wrapper libraries, I think David Warren has a lot of these with the PDF stuff. Those will all get put into that bin folder. You can reference ones that are already on the system, but sometimes you just need code on there. I have on my user, what is it, for the user date time one, I think it is, or the user language, I compile quickly like a little binary for Windows or on Mac for that particular edition. Those get stored in there. Then we have the doc. I don't know why we call this one doc and not docs. Perhaps somebody who was there back in the day can explain this one. I feel like it should be plural, but I double checked in synopsis and everything. It is doc singular. But that's where you can put anything beyond your README. Then we have these two, or well, these bottom three right here. These are really not going to be used at runtime, but they're definitely used at other processes of the module install process or in development. And so the build and hooks, again, not really sure why they used hooks for this directory. I think build / would have been more appropriate, but that's what's in the synopses. And this is stuff that you need when you are installing the module and it needs to get built. So again, this might be a process where you have those libraries, those binary libraries. You can, set it up so that it, pulls in whatever compiler it needs, compiles the code. Maybe it grabs different system stats, and those system stats aren't things that you want to be having to grab every single time at runtime. Maybe you can just grab it here at build time, throw it in for the compile, I don't know, whatever things you might need there. And you just throw it in that hooks folder, any of the code that you need for that running process. And then we have tools. This is actually not a standard one, but it's one that I've started using, I suppose in large part because I have a lot of tools to automate things in my modules. But to me, it's a nice folder to kind of separate it out and say, hey, this is stuff you're using as you're developing, kind of getting ready to push stuff out, but not actually in the builder install process. So I would propose for people to use that if they have such tools in their projects. All right, so now we know what we have in our module. Okay, well, how do we decide what we want to export? This is another one of those things where there's a couple of different ways that we do it, right, Tim Toady? There are very good advantages and disadvantages to doing certain methods. So our easiest way is to use an export trait. So here we see like subfoo is export, or our bar is export. And this trait also takes arguments, which allows us to group them, right? So if we say like use foo, we would just get the foo. Yes, expert, not export. You made me doubt myself there, Liz. And so this can be a quick way to help people drop in different types of, you don't have to have a one size fits all for what the module is exporting. You can imagine where if you have a math module that has, I don't know how many hundreds of different functions, maybe you only want to import some of the trig ones, maybe you only want, certain rational functions or something. I don't know. I'm not a super math person. But this is a very simple, but very effective way to do the imports. There's a reason that this is sort of the standard way that we show beginners to do things, because honestly, it covers 95% of the exports that you'll do. I think I only have maybe 1 or 2 modules where I have to do anything special, and I don't use this format. And I think most people who have made modules will kind of agree. There's no reason to rewrite the book. They've made the defaults in Raku very great. But one thing I find is not everybody uses this trait argument for doing selective importing or exporting of the symbols. And I think this is one thing that we should try to think about more, especially as we start getting a much more robust ecosystem, because the more modules that we have and the more useful ones that we have that people want to combine in really awesome ways, the higher we have a chance for symbol clashes. And there's certainly ways to deal with that, but I don't want to deal with that in my code. And so if I can avoid importing certain ones to avoid that symbol clash, I'd rather do it. Okay, well, another way that we can do this is to use the export sub to enable arguments. Now, one key thing about this one, and this threw me off for a little while when I first was starting to use this, is you don't use a module foo or a unit module foo if you're using the export sub. You just throw it directly into the file nothing else, just the one sub there in the file. And in this case, you can actually very explicitly state, take this variable, take this, you know, thing that's sitting in memory and plop it in using this name. And yeah, right, Liz, exactly. Liz is saying, see the from module to handle symbol clashes. As I said, she has the monopoly on these amazing single use modules. But here we can choose exactly which names we want to export these symbols at. And you might think that this is the same as using that is export. But the key thing is we are actually in a Raku sub here. We're in Raku code, which means we can handle this dynamically. I could actually set up these names. If I wanted to, I could set the name based on the date. That would probably cause all sorts of compile errors, but I mean, you could do it. But what's nice about that one actually, what's nice about that one is you can pass variables on. And so instead of using those named variables that we used for the export trait, users pass positional ones, and we can use that as our sort of configuration information that they might want. And you can actually kind of combine that you can do with this my package export, and you can see then again for those named ones default or export, and then you set up the different variables in there. I have not found a whole lot of utility for that one in my personal modules, but as soon as I say that, somebody's going to go into chat and say, well, this is exactly when the perfect time to use it is. So somebody put it in there so I have a good example of when this is more useful. But yeah, these methods are both more powerful, but they are definitely more complicated. And with that complexity comes tools struggling with them. So I do have this, use the sub export in one of my modules, and it's actually a little frustrating because comma at the current moment of August 13th, 2022 does not know how to handle that. And if you try to use a symbol that's been exported that way, it will say, oh, this is unknown symbol, I don't know how to handle it. And it really only handles those that had the is export trait. I think it will handle the my package one. But it does not know how to do that dynamic one because I don't think it wants to run that code beforehand. All right, so how can we give our modules a little bit of polish? Well, there's a couple of questions here that we might want to ask ourselves. And this is again where I was really saying, I want those of us who are writing modules, especially those who are writing modules that we anticipate large use red crow international modules, things like that. Really think through this, but I think it's also nice to go through it on some smaller modules too, to kind of get practice, at least getting into the thinking mode for it. And so that's first I'll say, what does your module do? We don't want to do scope creep. I've already been through this with some of my modules, and I started realizing that scope was creeping, and I ended up breaking apart into different modules and separating out duties, separating out functions. You know, it's the way, right, that importing modules in and compiling them. If you've got a gigantic module, maybe you don't want somebody to have to use the whole thing. Maybe you can actually separate it out into 2 or 3 different modules so they only use what they need. A big question for me is how might others interact with your module? And this is one of those things where you think, okay, well, if I am allowing some particular feature, say like that Liz mentioned, you know, this from module to handle symbol clashes. Well, I could imagine, without having looked inside of the code on it or remember exactly how it works, I can think of a couple of different ways that could be handled. Maybe it could be handled imperatively with a little sub call. Maybe it could be handled via traits. Maybe it could be, you know, handled via arguments to that module import or the use statement. So there's a couple of different ways that people might want to use it. Do you want to provide things as subs or as methods? There's especially things for regexes. There's a lot of too many ways almost to import those in and handle them. So think that through and think like, what is the most optimal way for people to do it? Or maybe you want to provide 2 or 3 different options. As I think, me and Daniel kind of were going back and forth on this, on different ways that, you could have somebody use a grammar within a grammar. And I think, what did we end up coming with, like 5 or 6 different ways that we could accomplish the same task in terms of the API, because at the core, most of it was kind of working the same way, but just how people would maybe want to use it, where they want to put the information. And it's just one of those things to think through. There's not a right or wrong answer on them, but give it some thought. So things on there is, right, following standard naming conventions. Please don't use like Hungarian variable naming. In Raku, we have Unicode. We can have long variable names. Don't use Pascal case where Raku would use kebab case. Little things like that. It feels almost patronizing to remind it, but it really does help when you're using a module and you don't have to put that little extra bit of thought process. Wait, does this module use this convention or that other one? Again, Tim Toady, it's great, but there's certain other little things that maybe we should standardize. One big one that I found is when you have certain subs, it's actually a really good idea to express them as multis, even if in your module they aren't. And a really good example of this is in JSON Tiny. There's the toJSON function. Now this one is actually multi in the original one, but if I have my own custom class and I want to define its JSON serialization, I can just add in a new multi candidate of toJSON inside parentheses with my custom class in there. And so a lot of times allowing that multi or putting it in there can really make life easier for people who are using the module. Being nice to IDEs, typing is one of these. I get it. Raku is a gradually typed language. We can pretty much ignore types 99% of the time if we want to. But if we have functions that we write and we actually define what the return value is, then code completion is greatly enhanced inside of comma, for instance. And so if you use, if you have an object and you use a method on it and you're typing in dot whatever, if that return value is typed and comma can infer what it should be, then as soon as you hit another dot and you're chaining the methods, it will pull up the correct set of candidates. But if you don't put in the return value, which is not, of course, not required, then it won't know what to do and it'll just have to treat it as a generic object. So little things like that, a little bit of extra polish. I know it's not necessary when you're first writing it, but maybe on your second or third kind of pass or rewrite can be really great. Test files. This is a do as I say, not as I do. I'm getting much better. And I think a lot of us, because we're early on in the ecosystem, we want to get our modules out there and get them done and have them ready for people to use. But if those modules are going to be used long term, test files, they're really important. And honestly, a lot of times I find the test files to be really enlightening. How did the author kind of think that their module would be used? I've been playing with Raku AST on this one, and where I learned most of my Raku AST was looking at the test files for it. So definitely it's a really great way to kind of see it used a little bit more. Another thing here is to use extended names for your modules. Again, right, it's not actually required. We can just say use foo. But for a variety of different reasons, right, when we were thinking through, when I say we as if I were a participant in it, it was before my time, when folks were thinking through how modules were going to work. Yes, there's also the API one. I was running out of space. I didn't want to break it onto 2 lines. But make sure to use at least within your module, make sure you're calling the exactly correct version of that module that is needed. Because there's certainly some security concerns that could be involved in there if it ends up calling a different module, but also just in general stability and making life easier for everybody. So get into a habit of doing that, but certainly when you're writing a module, even more so than in normal code, I would say this is a place that you need to use those extended names for your modules. And document. Again, I know nobody likes to write documentation. That's why we have a whole separate crew, I think, that's writing a lot of people that write the documentation are not the core developers. There's nothing wrong with that. And I get it's sort of very different skills, but documentation, the more you assume that your module is going to get used, document it more. And a lot of times it can just be, I find it easiest if I have my test files, explain your test files, and then just delete the test part of it. And now you have paragraphs for documentation. You know, if you're doing testing on how this works with integers, okay, explain how does it work with integers, you know, or for a formatting file for my like date time format, you know, here's my giant test file for how date time stuff is being formatted. Okay, explain each of those. And now I have a documentation file. And again, again, that actually helps the IDEs because many of them can read in that documentation, particularly if you use the declarator pod. And so somebody can hover over something, especially, again, if you've defined like the return type, they'll tell you, oh, hey, this is what this method is. This is what it returns. And this is how that returned object works. And so I get it. If you do all this polish, even on what would otherwise be like a 10-line module, all of a sudden your file is literally has 100 lines more text in it. But it's nice. It's good for the users. And when we have new people coming into Raku, they can see that and say, oh, wow, people really care about their ecosystem. They really care about their modules. This is something that I want to use, rather than, you know, these are people who are just writing these really fancy things, but I have no idea how to use it. They're, you know, way above me. And, you know, that can be a little distancing, I think, for users. Juan asked where you can get the standard naming conventions. So when I say naming conventions, what I was kind of mentioning there was the more of the capitalization style, but it's other like little things that you'll notice, and there's not like a very hard thing to say, like, why do we use grep versus filter? But that's one of those. Most other languages do say filter in functional, for their functional code, but Raku uses grep. And so whether you agree with that choice or not, I know some people really don't agree with it. I'm perfectly fine with it. Use grep as well, unless you have a really good reason not to. And in fact, even in that case, I would say make it an alias so that somebody could call either one. I do that with one of my modules because a lot of the base variable, it's pulling in data from somewhere else that has a whole mix of conventions. And I alias every single one of them to kebab case, so that you can use kebab case if you're kind of in a more Raku oriented code. And if you're kind of having, you know, pulling in configuration files or things like that, then you can use the original names. And so it's kind of whichever one is easier for people. And so some of that, you know, outside of the kebab case versus camel case, things like that, the actual words that you use, that's just get a feel for it. And the more you use Raku code, the better you kind of get a feel for how should I name these things, right? We don't use get and set in Raku. It's sort of some of those things. I mean, occasionally we will, but there's got to be a good reason for it. It's not the default like in Java, where in Java you would say, no, you need to use get and set. That's the convention for them. So that's kind of what I'm thinking of there. All right, so then we have the meta6 file. And then this is kind of where we combine everything together. Put in the most important fields here are going to be your name, auth, version, and your provides. I think these are actually the only 4 that are required. But somebody might correct me on that. But certainly these are the 4 that you need to get done first. So obviously your module name, the auth is basically just the ecosystem that's being used, followed by a colon, and then the username that's associated with it. And this can be used by, for instance, Zeph to ensure that it's actually downloading stuff from the correct area. There's a multitude of different reasons to use it. I think there actually has been some debate as to whether auth is for like authenticated or author or different things like that. But make sure to put it in. Don't put typos. I've done that a number of times, and Raku Land will yell at you and put like a big red box and say, this doesn't match. I don't know why I managed to do that all the time, but I do. Then we got the version. And this is actually, there should be another quote mark there, but there's actually a proper version string. Oh, okay. Well, there we go. Ambiguous on, Liz says that per Larry, it's auth is ambiguous on purpose. That sounds like one of the most Tim Toady things I've heard today. But in the version string, again, this is one of those things we try to encourage using semantic versioning, right? So first number up that if you've got breaking changes, the second number up it if you've got new features, third one doesn't really add new features, just more bug fixes. But of course, you can go down as far as you want. You don't have to use it. Again, Tim Toady. But kind of follow along with those conventions. It took me a little while to get used to it. I hadn't used them before. Then we have the provides. And if you remember earlier on, I mentioned there's actually a disconnect in the module naming that we'd have in the use statement here, like the use module name or use alias name, and the actual location in that lib directory. It's a many-to-many relationship going on between them. And this provides section actually defines what that is. And here you see I actually have 2 names, the module and the alias, that both point to the same file. So I've actually done this in one of my modules before because I had originally had one name for it. And as I started developing some other modules and they were clearly going to start to form a part of a family of modules, I said, no, I'm going to change the name, but I also don't want to screw with other people's code. So I kind of added in an alias in there, and just in my README file, I added in like a little deprecation notice that I was going to deprecate that name after, so long of time. And then what I can do is under that one, I can just add then a new module, point that alias one to a new module that just dies and explains why it died all of a sudden. Again, notice this is like path2 module file, which looks like it would be 4 sets of double colons, but you can just do 2, or you could actually just have module and alias. So it's very flexible there. Some other commonly used useful fields, we have author, and this is for your pretty print name, I guess you might call it. It's the one that you actually want to be recognized by. Most people put a full name in there. You can put full name with nicknames, whatever you want, but it is, and I think this is really great, it is defined as an array, not as a single string. So if you have multiple people working on a project, you can give them all credit right here. Now, only in that auth one, you just get the one name because that's the source, the authoritative source. And there's another version that that auth could also be used for. Then we have the license. use this one from SPDX. And if it's not defined, there's ways that you can specify it more. I think I'm about to be told that I'm running low on time. We have API by default is 0 if it's not included. Then we have the tags. This might be stuff that people will search for. You got descriptions, pretty straightforward. And then we have depends, and build test. And these three are where you list modules that you need to have your module work. The depends is stuff that's needed at runtime. So my datetime format module requires international CLDR. And so it says depends on that. Sometimes you only need a module at build time or when you're testing. And so you can have those only imported for those times, and that way they don't need to get loaded in at runtime. Again, it's best to fully, give them a full string in there. Yes, you should also put an API. Thank you for that, Radim. Some other stuff we've got here is the Raku or Perl is still technically in there. I don't think it's been officially deprecated, but it's there. And that's just for the version. And again, this is a full version string, so you can do 6.d plus, and then it'll let you do it on any version from 6.d or higher, or you can just do 6.d and it'll only run it on that. And or I guess you could do 5. I don't know. Can we do 5 in there? I don't know if we're still allowed to do that. I guess then it's not a Raku module at that point. Then we have a source URL where you can find this at. I think this was historic. I don't know if this is actually used in Fez, to be honest. I think this is only used for the P6 ecosystem. Meta version defines the version of the Meta 6 file. There's only one version right now, so it's 0. Production defines it as being available, ready, production ready. So normally when you push this out, that should be true. Support is one I don't see used hardly at all, and maybe we need to start using it a little bit more. I think it's got some interesting things. For instance, we can say support, have a mailing list, the bug tracker, the IRC. It even was proposed that you could have a phone number to call for support. I don't know who actually calls phone. Okay, maybe in the corporate world they do that, but I certainly haven't called anyone on the phone for help with Raku yet. But that was all set up to kind of be in there to give other information, and it's not an exhaustive one. It's set up, designed to allow for more ones in there. All right, last thing, and I know I'm running a little short on time here, but we have the ecosystems, and this is where we actually put our modules in. We have CPAN, which has been deprecated, right? This comes from our Perl heritage. CPAN was great. It fulfilled a good function back in the day. I think it still does for Perl. But one of its key problems was the way that it handled namespacing. And remember, I mentioned that you can have these modules that have the same name, but are written by different authors. And in CPAN, that would not have been allowed. And so, for instance, when I first did my module, international, I can't remember which one I did. I think it was international format date time or something like that. The moment I published that, if I was the first one in CPAN to publish it, I would instantly get the international namespace and then the format namespace under the international one, which meant that nobody could do 2 of them. And oh, really? Okay, I did not realize that the Raku that had that. Okay, so Liz has corrected me. Apparently, Raku on CPAN did allow multiple names for different authors, but anyway, that CPAN is the old one. It's been deprecated, so don't use it. I don't think anybody's really used CPAN in quite some time, so I don't think anybody. This is one, but you might occasionally see somebody who has a CPAN module. I know on Raku Land I've seen a couple. Then we've got P6C. This was our. It actually worked fairly well, I think, for the time, for several years on GitHub. And we had a gigantic list, just a text file that listed all those Git links to every single module in the ecosystem. And it was complicated, or not complicated, but it was, I think, too easy for people to edit those files. It didn't have good version tracking. It wasn't like CPAN. CPAN would actually keep track of the module files so that people could install older versions, things like that. That wasn't available with P6C. And so while it was a really great intermediate solution transitioning us from CPAN, it wasn't perfect. So now we have Fez, and this is the future. And I think even since I last gave this talk about a month ago, many more people have moved their modules over from P6C to Fez. So what is Fez, or what's different about it? Oops, sorry. What's different about it? This is done through, I think it was Nick and Tony built this. It is designed to kind of solve all of those old problems. How do you keep track of older versions of it so that, if somebody pulls their module off of GitHub, it doesn't break the entire ecosystem? How do we, kind of ensure some best practices, making sure that there's at least a version number, in the module and some other things like that. It was built really from the ground up to handle all of our Raku stuff. I'm hoping at some point one of the two of them will give a really detailed talk about the whole architecture and all the innards of it. I haven't seen the innards of it, so that's why I'm kind of giving a very shallow view of it. But 0 to 60 in a few lines. You just type in Zeph install Fez, and it'll pop this out. And it's kind of cool they have it, popping out in the error code as a warning as it's building to give you all that information on how to use it. Then you type in Fez register if you've never used this before. And you can kind of see there on screen what it'll look like. It'll say, give me your email, give me your username, give me a password. It'll register you, and then you log yourself in. And now you don't have to log yourself in anymore, unless you move to like a new machine or something like that. It'll ask you to kind of put in some other information about you, your meta info. Then switch to your the directory of your module. Do Fez check build, which I found out is not actually required. Apparently, I thought it was. Liz said it asks for reauthentication once per month now. And it will say, hey, everything looks great. Or like in this case, it'll say, hey, you have this file in your resources folder and it's not listed in your Meta6 file. Maybe you should double check some stuff here. So it does at least some rudimentary, checking for a well-formed module. And when I gave this talk, I think I misspoke the last time when I said that it would not, if you had some issues, it wouldn't even like make you fix them or whatever. And I was told, no, you can just upload, it'd be fine. And then you Fez upload, and there you go, it's all done. And your module's on the ecosystem. And this whole process, I did it for one of my, when I first got on there, it took 20 seconds, 30 seconds maybe. I mean, it was incredibly fast. Certainly much faster than, as Liz pointed out, getting onto CPAN. Getting a pause account, it takes a while. Yes, Sally, the check build is basically a linting process. And maybe down the road, they'll get a lot more in there, or somebody will write a module that does more intensive linting. But it's a very straightforward one. Another thing you might want to do if you do this, echo sdist to your git ignore, because it does add that file into your one. And a couple other commands. You got Fez login. If you get logged out, Fez meta will let you update your meta information, reset password, straightforward, and remove, right? Again, fairly straightforward there. Then to use your modules, this I think we're all familiar with, right? But I just do it for completeness sake in the presentation. Zeph, your module name, right? Again, adding in much more specific information if that's pertinent to you, if you're adding in the auth and the versions and things like that. Or of course, when you're doing your tests, you can also just go into your directory and say zef install dot, and that can get you a whole check through that process. And then in your Raku code, just use the module, and thus we have profit for you and others. So, like I said, I know I ran over, I apologize. But any questions or comments? Liz was giving really good comments in the chat there. Okay, nitpicks, whatever, same thing. They're good information there. All right, well, I guess if there's no talks, like I said, as you're writing your modules, just try to keep all this stuff in mind. I know it's a lot to think about, but I think if we go, we can get some really nice modules that will really help attract people to Raku.
I'm sorry, Andrew, can I get started? My talk? Oh.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's time for a talk.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Matthew, for your presentation. Yeah, I used Fez, and it's a good tool.
Yeah, sorry for running into your time. I apologize.
That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, that means I just will be more concise. Let me share my screen, and let me know if you see my screen. So,
see it.
Okay, cool. And let me get to the presentation. Okay, thank you everyone who joined my talk. I'm sorry. So it's about Tomtit simple Raku task runner. Let me introduce a little bit myself. Just a sec. So yeah, my name is Alexei Milejic. You can find me as Milejic in Raku channel on GitHub. I'm married, have 2 kids. I'm based in US, Texas. Work most of the time as a DevOps for one big consulting company. And I'm Raku and open source enthusiast. And I also offer some tools dedicated to DevOps and automation mostly, including Sparrow, Sparky, Tomtit, and Tomtit to name a few. And so you could see, I'm just love to create tools for automation and DevOps. And get next slide. Today I'm going to talk about Tomtit. Well, welcome Tomtit. Well, Tomtit is a task runner. So maybe some of you already heard of well-known task runners like Make, GoTask. There is also a task runner in Raku, which is called Ache. Well, Tomtit is similar, but aims to be a little bit more simpler and a little bit more efficient in a sense. It allows you to create command line scripts harness, command line applications in easy way. And also it works really well with, I call it project-oriented tasks. When you have this project and you have some day-to-day tasks around project, like you want to build dependencies, update dependencies, you want to run some reports, whatever. And so you install, basically you install Tomtit scenarios in your project, and you could use them straight away as a part of a project. And Tomtit has a lot of other features. Some of them I will try to cover today in this presentation. For example, profiles, Sparrow plugins, environments, etc. And here is a very high level design of a Tomtit. So in the center, we have Tomtit itself, which for end user, this is a bunch of Raku scenarios, scripts written in Raku. Okay, but Tomtit scenario would run. This is called tasks. So tasks are low-level building blocks. Basically, they are just also scripts written on different languages. You could use a language on your choice. And so in that sense, Tomtit acts as orchestrator, high-level orchestrator, where you would run those tasks from Raku API. And we will see it very soon how we could do this. So there is also idea of profiles. Well, profiles allow one to distribute reusable Tomtit scenarios by the way, by the means of standard Raku modules, where you might have a bunch of typical scenarios, say, to work with, for example, Azure DevOps, and you could create Raku module to distribute those scenarios, and end user just need to install this Raku module, and they have all these scenarios available immediately. There is also idea of environments. So environments, basically implementation of logical environments where you might have different configurations for production, for development, for different contexts. And you could switch between environments, and environments basically they just plain Raku files, returning a hash as a last instruction. And you could include them into your Tomtit infrastructure. And last but not the least, we have Sparrow repositories, where you could convert tasks into Sparrow plugins and distribute tasks by using remote repositories. It's kind of CPAN or any module repositories, but with the idea of distributing those tasks. And yeah, today I'm going to give you a practical example, a really simple example, how we could develop Tomtit project. And we have this check server task where we're just going to check a given TCP IP to check server and a port by using check circuit Raku module written by Jonathan Stowe. And this is really simple example, but it will give you the idea of all essential steps and parts of Tomtit architecture, right? Let's go to it. Let me know if you see my terminal, if font size is good for you. Is it big enough? Is it okay? So let me see.
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so
Kay says maybe a little bigger.
A little bigger, yeah. This is because I can see it clearly. Is it better now? Is it bigger?
That's good for me.
Yes, that's good.
Okay, so I can. Okay, let's try that size. Okay, so first of all, install Tomtit. This is just a Raku module. Okay, so it's installed, and first thing we have to do, we have to just create a directory representing our project. Okay, and let's go check server. And second thing we have to do, we have to initialize the project by using command line API for Tomtit, which is called Tom. It will create all underlying files. So for the start, we see we have no scenarios, it's empty list, and we have some default environment. Okay, so let me start with a real simple task where we could have the idea what typical users has to do to start working with Tomtit. So let's create a really simple hello world task. Okay. And like I said, from endpoint user, this is just a regular Raku file. You could have any Raku code in here, but most of the time you would use task run function imported by Tomtit. So task run function basically accepts the first argument, which is going to be a path to our task. Okay, a directory with our task, and this is really simple. So we have our first Tomtit scenarios. Now, when we have it, we could run it. So okay, so and we have expected error, which said that there is no such a directory. And what we have to, all we have to do, we have to create it first. So basically, we're running task which does not yet exist, right? So, and once we create a directory for the task, let's create task itself. For this very first example, I'm going to use Bash as the language. If you remember that those tasks we could use different languages, and we're going to continue with Raku in the next example. But just an example that you could use different languages, right? For tasks. So let's have a really simple thing here. Hello world, print it out. Okay. And let's run the task game. So here we are. So we have this hello world message. The first line tells us that this task bash, this bash task executed, and it's located in this specific folder. Okay. And another simple example how we could so, and again, from Tomtit point of view, this is just a regular Raku function, right? So let me show how we could pass some parameters. Let's say we want to print hello Raku. So with the minimal code modifications. So here we just pass this name parameter at the hash into task run function. And now let's modify a little bit our underlying bash task. And here we're going to use config function, which is imported and implemented by Tomtit to be more accurate by Sparrow, because Tomtit be on top of Sparrow automation framework, but I'm not going to tell about all that today. Anyway, so we have this config function that accepts name of parameter. And let me run the scenario again. Yeah, we have hello Raku. And just another example how we customize or configure, it better say configure our task. So let's say we want some default value. So if we don't pass anything, we still want to print something meaningful. And so, for example, I want to print hello shell if I don't pass anything. So I do so by just creating a config YAML file in the root in the root directory for my task. And let me demonstrate it. So let's comment the passing of name parameters in here. And let's run our scenario again. Okay, good. We have hello shell. Okay, now this is really simple example. Now let's recall that our idea to check service status using check socket module. And for that task, I'm gonna use check circuit module, Raku module. Okay, let me get to documentation. And yeah, and first of all, the same way as we did with the bash task, let's create another task. I'm sorry, just wrong syntax. Yeah, I have to give it a name, of course. So let's call our task scenario check server. Okay, it's the same way. We just use the task run function, have some path for directory. It could be any path. Just for simplicity, I keep everything under .tom directory. And I named task folder the same as the task as a scenario check server. Okay, and so let me make a folder for our future task. And now, because it's going to, like I said, we're going to use Raku for this task. So the task should be named task.raku. Okay, and I'm just going to use the code sample in the documentation. It's pretty simple, and modify it a little bit. Okay, so the first version of a task, we're going to use localhost and port 80. But in the future, I'm going to modify the code so those host and port will be passed as name parameters as well. Okay, but let's run it as with this simple configuration right now. So the first parameter should be port, and the second one going to be host. Okay, so in case this task checks if host and port is available. So if it is, it will print host port online. Okay, if it does not, it will print host port is offline. Really simple code. Okay, and let's run. Okay, this is expected error because apparently we don't have check circuit module installed in our machine. Before install it, let me give a really good example how we could additionally debug our task. So if we just export a special Sparrow variable, so we will run our task and it will make Tomtit to dump code of every task before it gets run. So and we see in here, we see that we run task Raku from this location, and we have a source code, which is pretty convenient, and we have the stack trace referencing so there is no check circuit module, line number 1 in here. It's this task, and we could see the source code. It's pretty convenient if you want to debug tasks, okay? So now let me install the check circuit. It shouldn't take long. Okay, so it's installed. Let me run scenario again. Okay, so I just have an error in my Raku task. It's easy to fix, I believe. So let me see. Yeah, I just forgot to add the semicolon in here. Let me run it again. Well, nothing listens to the localhost 80 on this machine, and it's obvious that we have localhost 80 is offline. Now, let's say I'm gradually coming to the idea of an environment. So let's say we have two environments. So we have dev environment where we have localhost in 80, and we have, say, production environment where we have Raku.org port 443. So, and we want sometimes change the environments and check different hosts. So how we could do this using Tomtit? Well, it's pretty easy. And we have to create environments. So let's create a couple of environments. Well, environments should be, as you remember, just Raku hash. And we have this host which is localhost. And we have port, which is 80 for dev. Well, and the same idea for prod. So host is going to be raku.org. Let's imagine I'm developer of raku.org and I develop in dev. It's like localhost. On production is 443 raku.org, which makes sense. Now, so let's modify a little bit our high-level Tomty scenario, so that we could pass the host and port parameters by referencing respected environments. So we're going to do, we're doing so by using config function again, but this is different config function, but it's just the same name, where we just referencing the environment. So config function in Tomty scenario allows us to access to active environment. Okay, so, and now let me also change underline Raku task. So instead of using hard-coded values, so as you probably should guess now, we're going to use config function that allows us to pass name parameters, right? So for host, and the same idea for port. Okay, so, okay. Now, if I run this scenario like I did before, so it's not going to work because I would run it. I will run it with default environment, which doesn't have anything in it. So I have to explicitly set environment when I run Tomty scenario, and I do so by using even and option. So let's run this scenario for dev, and we should see localhost 80 is offline. Yeah, you see it works as expected, and we see in the very first line, so it reads this dev environment, right? And let's try the same for production, and raku.org I believe should be available on port 443, but let's check it. Okay, so raku.org 443 is online, which is good. Okay, now, so how many minutes I have? So I have 10 minutes to end of my presentation. Okay, let's say we want to share this check server task with others. How we do so? So there is, now we have this idea of plugins. Okay, let's convert this task into plugin. It's very easy to do so because we always have everything right now for that. Let's create some directory for plugin source code. And I just copy the content of our task, which already in here in our Tomty project. Let me see, it should be in here. So, okay, so project, check server, yeah. Tasks, yes, here we are. So check server. So just copying here, right? And it is the same task that we just ran before. Now, all we have to do to make it plugin is really simple step. We have to create a plugin specification in Sparrow format with two minimal parameters, which is the name of a plugin. Let it be the same check server and version of the plugin. So we're almost here, and now we're just using command line for Sparrow to upload this plugin into our repository. Now a small comment here. So I'm not going to use a real remote repository, but the idea is the same. So if we use a local repository, just for I don't have enough time to do this completely as I did it if I had a remote repository. But anyway, so we upload this plugin into the local repository, and it said that the plugin already exists. That's fine. I just did it before when I did rehearsal. So, and if we search our local repository, let me update the cache first. So we will see that this plugin is available in here, version 001. It's never been installed. Okay, now we have this plugin, and let's imagine this plugin is available. This repository is HTTP remote repository, which is completely, which is easy to do. And just in this case, it's just a local repository. Now we have this task. What we could do, so let's go back to our Tomtit project, and instead of running the local task, let me remove task itself. Okay, so it's gone. We don't have it, right? And now, instead of referencing this local task, I no longer need this because I have this idea of plugin. So the first parameter is going to be human readable title, and the second one is the name of the plugin. Okay, and let me run this scenario again for production, for example. And you see it's the same, right? So, and you could see that the first line tells us that it's installing check server version 001 from our local repository, which is a default repository for our Sparrow plugin, but it could be HTTP repository as well. Okay, I have 5 minutes left, and now last but not the least, let's take even step further, and let's say we want to distribute this cool check server Tomtit scenario so that other people could use it as a Raku model. Well, how can we do this? It's very easy. We have to create a Raku model which represents the Tomtit profile. Okay, let's create some directory. Let's call it Tomtit NetTools. Okay, and let me copy prepared example of meta6 JSON file. Just I don't have time to do it from the scratch, but the meta6 JSON file is pretty easy. It's just exactly what was previously told on previous presentation. So we have this, the module name, it could be anything, but for convenience, we could call it Tomtit profile NetTools, and that we're going to create this module straight away right now. And we have these resources. Well, resources allows us to copy the content of our Tomtit scenario as a module resource and distribute it later. I'll show you how we're going to do this. So let's create a module directory. Again, just let me copy the example I prepared before. And we have this sample Raku mode, and now it should be called net tools Raku mode, right? And now if we take a look at NetTools Raku mode, it's really simple. So there's a module Tomtit profile NetTools. All it does is export profile data subroutine that should return a hash map that will contain all the available Tomtit scenarios distributed as distribution resources. In our case, we only have one, the check server. This is the name of the scenario, and this is the content. So to make it work, well, the last thing we have to do, we have to create copy our Tomtit scenario. So we already have in here into resources directory. Okay, I have to create the resources directory first. Okay, and now I can copy it. So we have these resources. Check server. Let me check the, just in case the, where's the, okay, where's the, okay, I should have copied into this location. Yeah, of course. Now let me check again that the content of our module, Tomtit profile net tools. Okay, let me just install this module. Okay, so it is installed now. We finally understand this. We will understand the idea behind all that. So let's go back again to our check server Tomtit project. And now let's remove our scenario. We don't have it right now. Okay, if we list, so we don't have it in a list, just in case we could check it in .tom directory. It doesn't exist. Okay, but now what we could do, we could say profile, just a sec, Tom profile, and the name of the module, we just substituted the dots by hyphens. I'm not going to explain right now why we do this. I just don't have enough time. But anyway, so we basically use this profile, which is implemented as Raku module, which we previously installed. And now if we list our scenarios list, we will see we have this check server in here. And you even see the source code, just in case. And it's exactly what we had before, right? And we could distribute that way so many scenarios as we want, and we could group them logically and create the respective Raku models and just use Raku models as a transport mechanism. And the last bit, let me run the same just to make it sure everything is good. And it is good. Raku.org 443 is online. And that's it. Almost in time. And let me go back to my presentation. So today we'll learn a little bit about Tomtit. And you have any questions, comments, feel free to ask them. So there is a Tomtit source code in GitHub. And like I said, you can reach me out on RC channel or write me email. Thank you for watching. Well, I'm not sure if we have enough time, but if just in case
well,
you have questions.
Yeah, if there are any questions, definitely we can ask them. But so far, yeah, so far I think we should end the first day of this Raku conference. The second Raku conference ends tomorrow. So tomorrow we have the second day. We start at exactly the same time, 3:15 UTC, 3 o'clock UTC. And the link for joining Zoom will be the same. The link for YouTube definitely will be different. So yeah, so see you tomorrow and have a good, well, good rest of the day or good night, and see you tomorrow.
See you, and thanks for a great conference today.
Thank you.